Hello, world. How's the new month been for you? I didn't even tell this to Twitch chat. Twitch chat is not even privy to this information. I was talking to Twitch chat how I'm probably skipping Eat Lua on polearms only, but in exchange I am pulling Eat Lua, hopefully, on my main account. We'll see what happens. Sorry, distracted by cat. And someone in the YouTube, for some reason, there's two messages in YouTube chat, and the second one is asking you about Dia. So, yeah, my Dia's main stats on Vorakasha are either attack or it depends on the team. But with my C6 Dia, it's usually the attack timepiece, sometimes EM timepiece, and then Pyrocrit. But HP Pyrocrit, by the way, like the main stat of the timepiece just varies based on what the attack timepiece I use is because it's the one with the best substat quality I have. The difference in value for like the overvape team between HP, EM, and attack timepiece, because there's so many external EM buffs going on, and Dia doesn't scale so incredibly well with either HP or attack that you need to have either of them in particular. That it's literally down to substat quality, and I would say my attack timepiece is very slightly better. So in that team context, and then it's also preferable for overload, obviously, because you don't want to build EM and overload. Well, you can build EM and overload, and that could be beneficial, particularly a level 100 Dia. If Dia was the one triggering overloads all the time, it actually might be better to do EM timepiece and overload. But because level 100 overload scaling with like 500 EM, it can be a lot of damage. But anyways, the overload team I play with, Dia doesn't keep up Electro Aura, so it's Yai getting overloads most of the time, not Dia. So therefore EM doesn't make sense on her. She's not the trigger unit. Anyways, as far as standard pulls go, I should have saved them, but I decided to use them because if you want to know why there's no, I had a video I was gonna release this weekend. If you want to know why there's no edited video this weekend, well, I was distracted with the factory. The factory distracted me quite admittedly. I purposely gunned through some of the story, like not completely ignoring it, to be clear, but it wasn't very good. The story is not the reason to play Enfield. Not right now, at least in my opinion. And I unlocked the area that gave you Sand Leaf, and I knew people were like joking about needing Sand Leaf, and I was waiting until I unlocked more materials in general for the more complicated recipes to start doing any serious factory stuff. And my intention last night was to like finish a little bit of story, and I finished it on time, that I had plenty of time to finish up editing the video and get it out today. But what happened is I looked at the Sand Leaf recipes, and I was like, oh my god, I understand why people were joking about this. Everything needs Sand Leaf. Everything needs Sand Leaf. It all needs Sand Leaf. And so I spent, and then my brain's like, oh no, I need to like, I just unlocked the new outpost. I gotta set up just this one tiny little area is just gonna be pooping out Sand Leaf. And so I set up Sand Leaf production. That took a little bit, and then because I set up Sand Leaf production, I wanted to see, okay, what is it? How much of this Sand Leaf does it? Here, let me show you an image. What I'm talking about. How much of this Sand Leaf does it take? I think this will work. Yeah, there you go. This is just the DM I sent to my friend. Like, how much of this Sand Leaf? So this is an input of 6 lines of Sand Leaf. So this is a total of 6 Sand Leaf per second. And don't worry about the spaghetti. It's definitely temporary. It's not temporary. But anyway. So like what the frick? Anyways, I went up and then I was like, okay, what does one maximum efficiency of the purple batteries? Because you need Sand Leaf to do purple batteries. What does one maximum efficiency line of purple batteries need for Sand Leaf production? And it needs almost half of this that I set up. It needs almost half. It needs 5 lines of it needs 2.5 Sand Leaf. It means it is 2.5 sand leaf per second. This is 6 sand leaf per second for one item. For one item. Anyways, the factory must grow. I wasn't recording it. It was like midnight, 1 a.m. and then I started doing factory things for like 2 or 3 more hours instead of making the video I intended to make. Oopsies. Anyways, it's theater day today. The only fun game mode in Genshin. No, that's not quite true. I can have fun in other game modes. But I mean, if you followed me for a while, you know that theater is a game mode I've warmed up to. Yeah. So that's cool. Oh yeah, Lantern Rite is here. I did claim. There did a kitten be jumping off the cat tree. I did claim my Yao skin. We did a Twitch stream where I did a little bit of Lantern Rite and a lot of bit of yapping. And we did a DPS Yao running Abyss for funsies the other day too. But anyways, Lantern Rite's been good so far. I think they did a good job this year. Got a Dia from Standard Banner. I got a 5-star. I got an early 5-star from my standard pulls in this account, which I used because I was low on pity and I wasn't even expecting to get a 4-star. So I thought they wouldn't be interesting. But the game, of course, gives you a 5-star early when you think they're not going to be interesting. And I literally just was hitting skip. So it was skip and bam, 5-star in the face. And you might be like, oh, did you finally get a Skyward Blade? I wish. Did I get a Mizuki? I probably would have preferred a Mizuki over what I got. But no, I got a wonderful character, okay? You got a Lanyan, holy. Nice. Oh wait, no, oh, sorry, I thought you meant for your standard wishes. The Lantern Rite makes sense if you chose it purposely. I got the one and only wonderful Jean. And I did get a 4-star too, which was an early as well. So, that's cool, I guess. Now, what does that do for my account? Well, I already had C4 Jean. So now I got C5 Jean, which doesn't really do anything. Well, I mean, unless you're DPSing Jean. And C6 Jean also really doesn't do anything. So, not for a player like me, at least. And that means the only thing that Jean constellations do is progress towards Masterless Stella Fortuna. Which is not nothing. We'll take it. I take it. It was basically free. Now, would I prefer getting a Mizuki? Yes, I would not mind having a new character. At this point, I'd prefer just getting Tignari constellations over anything. Because Tignari C6 does seem like a fun to have. Not a need to have by any particular level. But just a nice fun to have. Other than that, Luke, I think, is one away from C6 now. I think you're C4, which is somewhat surprising. Like, as far as the standard banner constellations that have been in the game since I started playing, which is, you know, Chi-Chi, Luke, Mona, Kaching, Jean. Chi-Chi is the lowest constellation one, which is a surprise. It's actually been a while, I think, since I saw. No, when did I last see a Chi-Chi? I don't know. Anyways, I do have to wonder, right, for like the free constellation thing, if it makes strategic sense or not. No, it doesn't. No, this is stupid. Sorry, because I can choose Kaching, Mona, Dia. I'm dumb. Never mind. I was gonna say if it makes strategic sense to like purposely choose C6 to Luke in order to make it more likely that 50-50 losses are Masterless Stella Fortuna. But it doesn't make sense because if I want to get Masterless Stella Fortuna, I should first prioritize just getting the duplicate copy of the ones I can guarantee. Anyways, only reason it would make sense if I want to increase the chance of getting Masterless Stella Fortuna and get the character C6, which, you know, like, the Luke got a buff, absolutely, I would go for C6 to Luke, but anyways, so, anywho's, that was cool. The other thing I said on previous streams, I was going to plan for theater today to use elixirs to craft a timepiece to get Columbina, and as long as the timepiece didn't roll poopy, like super poopy, it should be like a I should be able to use for, because what I'm trying to work towards is using the new artifacts on Columbina, not universally, because, so this is the Albeta Morning, just a bunch of lunar damage bonus if the character's on field. Not universally, because Columbina doesn't have a universal build, yay. No off-fielders do nowadays, but, and like, in a lot of cases, I will just go back to my Silken Moon Serenade build. We're going to be using Silken Moon Serenade on Columbina today. Why do you have... Oh, because I no, I know why. Because I switched you to this build for... Yes, I understand. We can go back to this for theater. Surely theater is fine with 196 CR. Surely. We can go back to even this. This is what I've been running with Nefer. This is my min-max Nefer Serenade build right now. That works in Stygian. And then I can just change to an HP timepiece, which is, this has a, it's fine. Change to an HP timepiece for the Raiden team. But anyways, the Raiden team, the reason I like the Raiden team, can I open my team menu? There we go. Isn't that overcapped? No. Why would you think that's overcapped? I mean, 75% is where you want to be for the Nefer team. Oh, sorry. For an effort team, is it overcapped? Yeah, sorry. I guess it technically is. By like 2%. Whoop-de frickety do. Wait, is it overcapped when I change that? Or did I... Am I blind? Where the hell is she? Oh, I clicked the wrong icon. That's why. Yeah, it is overcapped. My bad. Whatever. I don't know. Deal with it. I don't give a f***. It doesn't matter. Tell me why it matters. It doesn't. Anyways. Sorry. You got Sig. The game pooped the Sig on me in a literal single pull. So, well, I did a 10 pull and it was in the first pull. So in hindsight, I literally should have just done a single pull. I wasted 9 wishes. Like, I did a 10 pull and it gave me on the first pull. That was the only pull I did in the banner. It was just, I do that sometimes. I do YOLO 10 pulls, and the game poops 5 stars on me sometimes. Okay, when you do that, when you make dumb decisions, sometimes it do that. I didn't spend it anyways. I didn't wail. I am non-tainted still. The only money spending I did lately was for Durin dupes, and even then it was mostly just for C2 Durin. I'm pretty sure C1 Durin I had enough if I just farmed a little bit. I technically spent a little bit for C1 Durin, but that was just out of impatience. I would have gotten C1 Durin without spending money if I just farmed. Anyways, that was for Lanyan, and it's fine. Lanyan deserves everything. Anyways, other than that, no wailing. Just get unlucky. Anyways, what was I saying? Wow, I've been very distracted immediately. So you've been distracting, chat. What are the elements? It is Pyro, Hydro, and Geo, which is a lunar crystallized moon themed theater. First one since Columbina. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, frick, I'll just use this team. Cats worry about overcap, I'm sure. Theater was too easy. Yoldi. I mean, look, whether or not a theater will be easy for you is entirely dependent on the characters you have. And how you build them as well, to be clear. As always, theater certainly has its problems that I wish they would fix. I maintain that the biggest issue theater has is that they freaking refuse to let you change builds in the middle of, or on individual chambers. I think theater's design is kind of, really, shy. Sure, there you go. I think it's kind of bonkers that theater does not let you change builds in the middle. It is by far the thing that prevents me from wanting to go and do, go and do multiple runs in theater. I was looking for a double crit flower. I really want a double crit HP for Columbina. My god, I haven't finished saying a single thing. I'm not going to craft a timepiece today for Columbina. I'm going to craft an onset goblet instead because I rolled a I might not even end up using it, but I have very, very, very good options for offset timepieces for min-maxing Columbina on the Albade set. So that is my plan currently. This could be a great Columbina piece. It basically just needs to entirely roll into crit though. Just don't roll attack. Easy. Actually, you know, it can roll attack, and then it just becomes an Anefa piece, I guess. Either way, that's a win. I take that. But really would have liked HP, because right now my Anefa already kind of has a perfect piece for her, which is this piece. I can give this to Columbina. You might say, why not give that to Columbina? But that's because my current Albade set, if I equip that to her. So again, this is with Raiden with, I've been talking about this team a little bit lately, and if you haven't been aware. Raiden, so it's using Raiden to refund energy. So you can have a 0 with a little bit of, like, well, okay. I think if you're not using an energy refund weapon, like I'm using her Sig, Columbina's ER needs are, technically she has like a couple ER rolls she would need. But it also depends on your Raiden build to some extent. You can use Fav on Raiden to essentially annihilate ER needs too, is kind of ideal. I do want to mess around with Columbina on Albade set without her signature weapon as well. Particularly with this weapon, because this weapon is kind of hard to make use of in most of her team contexts because she needs energy. Or she wants energy. But this gives a lot of stats for her, right? Like, this should actually compete with her Sig, I think, surprisingly closely. With the right set balanced around it. Cat update. Cat update is I set up a tree. I moved the other tree by my other tree in order to prevent this creature. What are you doing, dude? Don't go on the computer, please. This whole setup is here. Also, they keep on spinning that around by accident. I need to tighten the thing up there. But I set this here because he, in trying to climb down from there to here, was very close to falling off and hurting himself on the display the other day. So I put this here so that they do that instead. So he can go from there to there to there. And then it's safe for them. That's the cat update. But now I don't have that cat tree in the living room area, which means they can't access the living room windowsill very easily. So now I might buy another cat tree. Anyways, what was I saying? Dramatic music. Albade set is interesting to build around like, I think it's really, I think the fact that you can have team synergies where it allows you to use solo Hydro Columbina, like with Raiden or whatever. Not that you have to play Raiden as the on-fielder with her, but Raiden's ability to fuel, like, increasing the team's damage by enabling burst chamber rotation both on Anefa and Columbina is cool. And Columbina's burst mattering a little bit more, being that she's double electro, or, you know, so Anefa's ER needs are lower. But anyways, Albade is and it's much easier, unlike Lunar Bloom with Lauma. Is very dramatic. Unlike Lunar Bloom with Lauma, where like you build her on Serenade, and then you basically just want as much crit damage. You want crit rate and crit damage. But like scaling so much of the damage value is Lauma's buff for Columbina's own damage, right? It's Lauma's buff applying to Columbina's Lunar Bloom damage. And therefore you basically just want all the crit possible. EM stats and HP stats barely do anything relative to the value of crit damage stats because of how Lauma's buff works. With Lunar Charge, like if you're trying to min-max Columbina's off-field damage with Enefa Columbina and her doing Lunar Charge damage, EM and HP stats are quite good on her. And so to the extent, like HP is such a good stat that I went and did calculate. At least this is with her Sig, which gives her Sig probably causes this issue. Like I don't think you should probably do this if you don't have her Sig. But her Sig gives a whack ton of crit damage, right? For Columbina's own damage. The Domain, or Stygian, one of the two, gave me this circlet. And I checked, I went and did calcs for this circlet versus a crit damage circlet with like the same amount of crit rate and assuming it had HP% substats. So like I did a comparison that was like more favorable to the crit circlet. And this was better still. An HP circlet with her Sig was better for the Lunar Bloom team. Or sorry, not for the lunar bloom, for the lunar charge Enefa Columbina Raiden team. And then I have good options for offset goblets. So my original inclination was craft a timepiece. And I have this as a feather, which is not incredible, could be improved in the future, but it's good enough. But this situation right now with having this and then having this meant like I kind of was thinking I would need a crit rate heavy onset goblet, onset timepiece, or flower, which is why I wasn't inclined towards using this on Anefa, or sorry, using this on Columbina. But if I craft an onset goblet and it rolls okay, like hopefully at least like as well as this does, what I have for off-piece timepieces, so I leveled some HP timepieces and offset goblets yesterday. I didn't get any good goblet to roll well, but I got this. Like, I fed like a level 16 artifact into this, it doubled XP, and then it just immediately said 5 crit rolls, and I was like, huh? Okay. So I would love to use this. This is just the best HP timepiece in my account for Columbina as far as overall crit stats. Enfield Streamwood, I might, if I have time, I might after theater today, although we're stalling too much a little bit. But I'm talking about this because I think it's fun to talk about how you min-max Columbina. And anyways, I have this. Now, the fact that I just got this double crit attack percent flower that could go on a Nefa, and then that means I could yoink this hot heavy crit damage piece for Columbina, might mean I'd need like a timepiece with more crit rate rolls, but it'll depend on how the goblet rolls. So, because I do have this. This is a very good piece as well. I've had this for a long time. Like this is a little bit over 40 CV. It's not obviously quite as good as this one. But I'm pretty sure 2 flat HP rolls is pretty comparable, if not maybe technically better than 1 EM roll. So, as far as this piece versus this piece goes, it's just a matter of more crit rate versus more crit damage, right? And in the case of this piece, maybe that is the play. Use that piece and then use the new flower on Anefa. Because that's the big annoyance with the new team, is both Anefa and Columbina are definitely significantly stronger on the new artifact set, which is annoying build-wise. But yeah, anyway, so that's where I'm at. I'm going to craft an onset goblet, which is a risk. I already foddered some pieces for elixirs, or to get the 1 elixir, and then there's the elixir in the mail, which I think is happening in 2 days. And then 2 elixirs from theater today, assuming I can clear theater without too much struggle, which I should be able to on my account. I have a lot of characters. And bam, I can get an onset goblet for her before the end of the patch. And hopefully start using this set for real on her and see how the team performs. I hoard elixirs. I don't. Anytime I have elixirs, feathers, I generally speaking find reasons to take the risk to use them. Hybrid riding with Bina. Yes. But the problem with hybrid riding with Bina is Bina doesn't buff Raiden's damage. Okay, you almost gave me a double crit HP piece. Sad. Oh well. I appreciate all the flowers. Not saying it'd be optimal. No, it's good. Like, hybrid riding, like, Lauma, Columbina, Raiden is good. But it just doesn't buff Raiden that much. And hybrid Raiden is most fun when you're actually buffing Raiden on top of getting the bloom damage. So, like, it's one of the contexts where I would say C2 Nahida is, if you have C2 Nahida. Not saying you should pull C2 Nahida for it. If you have C2 Nahida, she's preferable over Lauma C0 for hybrid Raiden. Because you're playing hybrid Raiden to get good damage on her, and that Nahida applies the Dendro you need, while also... Why do these chickens run away from each other? Bam. She applies the Dendro while also doing the Death Shred, right, at C2, and that buffs Raiden, and that's cool. So... Anyways, no, I don't really like, I haven't really enjoyed hybrid Raiden with any of the new lunar things, generally speaking. Apparently, man, I did, okay. Apparently they want me to stall today. I'm sorry. Apparently we're stalling because of artifacts. I don't know if I have enough artifacts or fodder. I definitely don't have enough fodder level as crap. I already had a circlet on Durin, but it was an attack circlet. I'm down to have a crit damage circlet for him. Also could be Varka piece. Also could be a Varka piece. Essence Luna stands for stalling. No, it stands for... I can't think of a joke. Darn. You got bigger? I didn't know you could get bigger. I should have not been trying to think of a joke. Bye, please. Anyways, crafted an EM double crit sands when I needed a goblet as well, so elixirless with the wrong piece. Oops. I feel you. I mean, I use rerollers on an attack timepiece. Wow. I use rerollers on an attack timepiece for a Nepha, and then the game trolled me by giving me a literal perfect piece for a Staff of Scarlet Sands Nepha, which means you want to do EM timepiece. So my decree reroll for the attack timepiece was kind of useless. Yay! Rerollers continue to be useless to me. Anyways, like, I purposely made the decision. It was like, yeah, this is guaranteed value. What could go wrong? Well, the game controlled me and made me completely change my Nepha build. That's what can go wrong. Anyways, also, by the way, yesterday, I don't know if this new artifact changes stuff for me. I got an onset goblet for Durin, which, like, if I'm going to use a J-Cutter build, my preference with my C2 Durin would be an attack goblet, but, like, alternatively, a Pyro Goblet with a bunch of attack percent and some ER. This is kind of the goblet I wanted. Like, yeah, I'd like to have double crit or 4-liner, whoop-de-doo. But, like, we're asking for, like, something that's very, very rare to get anything better than what that is. And this gives a very good balance of stats for me right now. So, I don't know. Anyway, so maybe I could use Onset Goblet, New Circlet, or the Attack Circlet in different situations. But I do like me... The game's trying to push me towards a normal Durin build, basically, is what my feeling is. But like I could level this up and then do an off-piece timepiece, so... But I'm actually more interested in the Columbina piece first. Or the flower. It might be a Columbina piece. Depends how it rolls. My preference here would be like 3 crit rate rolls. And... yeah, level of this, which is... like it's weird. I have better off pieces for like the generic crit ER off pieces for like Eon's on or whoever. So at this point, I don't think I need this. Even though it looks kind of nice. We want all the crit rate and is probably ideal. Because all the crit rate rolls means it's very easy for me to use that cracked off-piece timepiece with crafting an onset goblet. That is crit rate. But this is looking like an Nepha piece. Thank you for the double. That... okay. It's looking like a neither character piece. Let's go. Because I don't really think I want to reroll that. Let's go. Thank you, game. I appreciate you. I'm not going to immediately feed it, to be clear. But... sad. If it at least had an attack percent roll, I wouldn't really be complaining at all. Because again, I could have just done that situation I described. And maybe I still will do the situation I described. But at current, like, I think I'd rather... So with the team I'm planning using Columbina, ER is a dead stat, to be clear. So this piece looks better than it is for Columbina to a lot of people. Like, this looks like a great piece, but ER is a dead stat for how I'm planning to use Columbina on this set. So it's just some like low crit damage values, but but still it's good enough, right? But again, that further causes the crit rate problem. I really wanted like a crit rate, like 10% crit rate on the flower, but with like 1 extra crit damage roll. So this was close. This was close. If it had HP, I'd be happy. The thing was close, but not close enough in my mind. Oh well. Okay, Durin. Let's see. Does Durin get the dub today? 4-line, double crit. We'll feed this. Again, I could actually get use from this. I should probably keep it for now, but it's gonna get thrown away eventually. this is a piece. I don't have any other EM timepiece in this set. Like, I probably shouldn't technically throw this away. But when I was going through my artifacts to be like, okay, like I sometimes go through my artifacts and be like, okay, how often have I actually used this artifact? Basically never. I can probably get rid of it. And that's what I'm doing right now. It's not like it was a priority to get rid of, but I can definitely get more value out of this circlet right now than I ever have gotten out of this EM timepiece, basically. And you know what? You put a good artifact in, and you get a good artifact out. Never mind. I guess technically I put a kind of okay artifact in, and I got an okay artifact out. That's some poopy low rolls. Okay. I mean, by the way, this is like the third time I have literally ever gotten a crit damage circlet. It's a good circlet. This is the third time I've ever gotten a crit damage circlet at all on my account. I've played this damn game for 4 years. This is the third circlet ever that I've had 4 total crit rate rolls. So 3 rolls into it, right? The number 3 there. It is the third one ever. I've never on my main account had more than 3. And then they always low roll value. They're always low roll value. I've never had one that has more, like every single one that I have that has this 4 crit rate rolls is always low roll value. Like, I have ones that have 3 rolls, so 1 less crit rate roll, that are basically the same as this. So anyways, this is fine. I actually don't know if I know it's a good piece. I want to be clear. The problem is like, I unironically would have preferred all attack percent. Look what weapon I'm using on him. Look at it. Look at the damn weapon for a second. 44.1 crit rate. Artifact set that gives 20% crit. What in the ever-living fuck does 12 crit rate do for me? It does nothing. It actually is just going to cause me. I like, what does this do for my build right now? It overcaps me. It does nothing for me. It's garbage. Like, the only reason I'm potentially keeping this is I might get Varka. And for Varka, a little bit of a different story. Because Varka is not a sword user using Primordial Jadewing Spear. I'd probably use Maweeker's weapon or Wolf's Gravestone on him. So, a little bit of a different story. He likes the crit rate a little bit more. So, you know. It's a win, but not in the way I expected. So, oh well. Anyways, sorry for that distraction. Happens. Let's go claim our garbage. Oh, should I show proof of? You know, sorry, 1 second. I want to show proof of. I'm not lying. I for real have not gotten any crit damage circlet that rolls 3 times into crit rate that isn't just low roll values. And like, if this had a 1 attack percent roll, I'd be over the moon. This would be like super high stat value. But instead it's just like a good circlet. Like, I treat non-crit rolls on circlets as pretty much the same value as crit rolls most of the time, because circlets are one of the main circlets are the ones where you don't get double crit in substats. Every other artifact you generally speaking want to roll double crit on, right? And that's your preferred. With circlets, they are one of the main options you have for getting another stat other than crit, is my overall vibe in how you build characters and how you balance their overall stats. And so I actually think it's kind of important to have circlets that roll into other stats that aren't just crit. And it's part of why I don't think it's actually that much of a problem as much as it annoys me. But yeah, here you go. There's this piece in Columbina. 3 crit rolls, but it's low roll value. 4, but it's low roll values. 4, but low roll values. And guess what? This is not 4. This is 3. 3, but it's barely worse than this. Like, this is what I'm talking about. What the frick? Like, what? I have such weird and terrible circlet luck. But like, quite frankly, by the way, like this piece is a far better piece. This is a far better piece than this piece. Right? Like 3% more crit rate is rarely nowadays, like on most newer character builds at least, and some builds it might matter, is rarely going to be better than these 2 high rolls of attack percent, right? Like, this is not that good of an artifact, to a degree that depending on what I end up doing on Varka, I might get thrown in the trash can. if I don't end up finding a useful context for it, or it might end up being rerolled. I guess it is a good reroll target. Like if I turn that into a piece that has all crit rate and attack percent rolls, I'm very happy, right? So I should probably never get rid of it for that reason. But keeping 5 billion artifacts for the potential of them becoming a god piece in the future for rerolls is you get more good artifacts. And if you don't feel this, by the way, quite frankly, I think the statistics is not on your side, and you are probably just throwing away good artifacts that you maybe shouldn't be throwing away. Like you aren't leveling certain pieces that should be leveled. But I have consistently experienced on multiple accounts getting more artifacts that are, ooh, this could be perfect with the potential reroll. I get far more artifacts that could be amazing to reroll than I do have the ability to reroll. But maybe that's a problem of just having an account that's existed for 4 years. I think you probably wouldn't have that problem maybe if you more recently started playing. Why am I climbing on a pole? Anyways, did I claim my dailies? I did not. Whoops. Wait, you're getting Barca? I'm not gonna guarantee getting Barca. We'll see what happens. My preference for the next couple banners is I get Eat Lua without much struggle. And then I go and risk a 50-50 on Barca, and I win a 50-50 on Barca. Because if I win a 50-50 for Barca, that means it's a relatively cheap character, and I'm perfectly fine with my Dookie Man. My Dookie Man with flashy animations and weird shenanigan teams that will be Dookie teams, but I like me some Dookie teams. It just means he'll be an Abyss Boy for me. Abyss Boy is fine. While I get Capture Radiance, I don't know your damn wishing history. Anyway, so I'm being a butthole today. Let's go to theater. Put this in quick. Wow. You know what? No. 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 Frick that piece. No. I'm not gonna have my rant about this set giving me feathers. I am not. I am not. No, you're not gonna make me. Yeah, I've already been distracted enough with freaking artifacts. I am not going to get distracted. I am so annoyed. I've been strongboxing this set to fix a couple pieces on just having on the burning set in general, not just for Emily. That's why I've been strongboxing it. But also for Emily in particular, I want to upgrade her timepiece and circlet. In particular, timepiece. Circlet I would like to as well, but you know, my circlet luck. Her review's off? I don't think they're off. Anyways, you know what? They are off now, officially, and even if they're not off, because I've been way too goddamn distracted. Anyways, let's freaking go. Jesus. So, could go cold on wishes until C6 Nicole? Well, yeah. So, anyways. By the way, I don't think custom combat is good enough right now to actually be real. Like, custom combat is just very not real right now. It is nowhere near what I think it needs to be for custom combat to be real. And so right now, I'm not going to 100% commit. If I see Hoyoverse clearly trying to make improvements to custom combat before Nicole shows up, then I will C6 her. I will stay true to my word. But right now, custom combat isn't really real. Like technically we can bring our characters in and fight with them, but there's really significant limitations that completely limit the kinds of things that people can design for like custom combat modes, such that, you know, we can't even do something really simple. We can't even do something as simple as let's recreate the Abyss in theater. We cannot do that right now. That's like bare minimum trivial thing that we should be able to do, in my opinion. And until that point, I'm not gonna. So that's like probably my simple example. Is like it actually doesn't even need to be exactly that, because I can acknowledge that we don't need every enemy in theater immediately, right? But enemy selection is one of the big ones. There's other like system limitations at hand, but anyways. There are custom combat like things like with the PvP and whatever that show the fun potential. Don't get me wrong. Nefer Lauma Flynn's as this is a very moon theater. It is a lunar theater. Alright. Anyways. Review stream anytime soon if I feel like it. They've always been open when I feel like it's stream. Anywho's, I love Varka. Doom boasting, even if it's one of my favorites. Yeah, I think I'll end up liking Varka. Like, I'm not gonna like. He feels like a Dia situation to me, where I would enjoy playing him in varying weird teams. Is my overall vibe. But this is way fewer characters than I thought I would have available. Added a 32. Do I have 32? Wait, is my Gaming good enough? Gaming, Yoimiya, Yelan, Barbara, Chiori. You're equipped. Oh, he has Splendor. I guess it's fine. I see. Hey, guess what, Gami? I found a circlet for you. Perfect. You might be like, no, give the boy some more. Eh. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Actually, he probably needs ER. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I prefer you as standard with his current kit. I agree. So this is a Dia. This is a Dia theater, which is good. All Dia theaters are good theaters. Nilu on his structure, sure. Nervy let. We'll see. Moika, we can press E on Moika. I like pressing E on Moika. Chivalrous. Chivalrous is probably relevant. Definitely want to play you. I think you're equipped. You, yes. You, yes. You, yes. Sure. Three more. Wait, we should choose we just choose someone's. Do we want to add Flimsy? Okay, I don't know if you heard that. The cat at mock. He did that so fast. My God. He came zooming in and then jump, immediately in the basket. Like he'd been chilling there for an hour. It's just that was like a child running at Mach 10 just to jump into bed and go. Okay, yeah. Anyways, hello, sir. Anyways, okay. You did hear that? Okay, good. I used Flynn's as an invite character last time. C6 Columbina at level 100. I could use Limbo's unrelatable creatures of the deep. Who's more fun? Drato C6 Dia. Nice. Serpent Spine Dia. I want to use a character I don't have on this account, okay? That's what I want to use. So Hu Tao is a funny option. I could use my Hu Tao. I could use my Hu Tao and from Polearms only. Should do that more. Just use my own characters. I mean, there's not many characters I don't have. I mean, I wish Zibai was out. I would just choose, like, Zibai. But alas. Okay. I wonder... What's your Hu Tao like? Ballad? Not sure if yours is better or not. I have to look at the actual build. How about Albedo? Peak Patrol Albedo? You know, I'm down for Albedo. How many Hexarives do we have? One. We just have Mona. Okay. We just have one. Okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. That's less ER than I thought you used to have. Maybe it's not. Oh. Well, yeah, that would explain the problem. There we go. There we go. That looks more like what I thought it would be. Okay. Right, there's only Mona, I think. Oh, Durin. Yeah, sorry, Durin. I forgot. Yep, my bad. That's 2 characters to enable albedo. Perfect. Is Candace equipped? So I would like to do some stuff with Candace. Equipped enough. Alright, 2 more characters. How about Amber Kachina? Bam. Neglecting Geo Traveler and Yanfei. Sorry. Okay. I don't know if Kachina is equipped. It doesn't matter. She is going to be 25 flowers refunded. She's going to be. I mean, fine. Well, is the Moon Theater? We'll choose Columbina. Thanks for the Moonlight Lady. 25 refund again. Wow. Siege Rain or Never. I mean, Never's probably more valuable later. How much off-field do we have? We have very little right now, so I think Shungling's actually the play. Thanks. More companions. We choose characters early, because characters are really good. Saint-Cho. For justice. And Shivers is not the most useful character, but also not useless, because it's still Shivers. Wait, do we have any Electro at all? We can't even get an attack buff, so she's just doing damage bonus and healing here, which is not irrelevant, but which is Mona.
This is destiny.
Alright. Pyro characters have an advantage, and robots. You know what? I chose Shungling. I'm gonna do it. We're doing this one. I'm not a coward. I think it's a risk choosing this one, but could have borrowed my Linny. My apologies. I saw an albedo C2, so I chose to albedo C2. Crap. Do we need Shungling? Surely we don't need. Actually, okay, we should use Yoimiya. Probably. Yoimiya, Barbara, and shoot, Yujin, I guess. I don't like using Giori early, but the alternative is just using other characters that are probably valuable to use later. I mean, let's not worry about it that much. We're gonna do albedo things later. Trial Gaming is way better than Yoimiya. It wasn't Trial Gaming, it was my Gaming. Which I hope is better than Trial Gaming. But, of course, she's on Shimanoa's. Oh my god, bruh. We are... Barbara. Barbara. Barbara, please! That was incredible, by the way. Oh my god, are you serious? We're gonna have to redo the first round because of Barbara freezing our ass. Take this, please. Oh my god, what are your rotations? Fucking Shimanoa build, man.
Strike is one.
Ah, where's my freaking... What is your skill cooldown? 18 seconds? Okay. Oh my god, we're gonna have to redo because I freaking Barbara. Okay. Great, incredible. We are not going to use Barbara in the first rotation. Cryo Mage with Thorns and Barbara in the opening lineup. Oh boy, okay. Do this. Do this, don't do E, do this. Alright. Does Yoimiya have wall cancels? I don't think she does. I think you just normal attack spam, don't you? Do this. What? Hello, camera. Frick. I did actually EE'd. My bad. It's fine. We didn't freeze ourselves this time, so we should be fine.
I am the cutting edge of fashion.
Okay. Wow, 55k on Yoimiya. Holy. What a strong trial, Yoimiya. With free mounts. Die, please. Hello? Are you serious? Okay.
Strike is one. Observe.
There we go. I maybe should have just used Chiori from the whole, the whole point. Navia. Kachina, well, no, Navia's better. Navia does off-field pyro as well. Also, wait. What is the Geo buff? After obtaining shards from Pyrocrystal's boon, all party members gain 70% pyro bonus and Geo bonus. That's a lot of damage bonus. I definitely vastly prefer the boon effects, though, that do like separate damage instances. They might do something on the other levels, to be clear, but we'll see. I guess this one. Hello, Nefer. I didn't think it worth it to do the other one with how many flowers we had. We'll do one more character. I like having options. There we go. And then, wow. I mean, I adore you both, but if I'm forced to, yeah, is there really a choice for me in my heart there? Okay, both of these are whatever. Okay. Visionary or hard mode. I don't know if you're asking chat, but if you're asking me, I am doing lunar difficulty. That was the wrong choice, by the way, but it's fine. We make the wrong choices here on purpose because my account is strong enough to do that. The shielding is a little annoying. Still don't have Albedo. Still don't have... I know I would like to have a situation where I can let Chiori have her damage. So with Kachina, most likely. Or Columbina. Okay, should we just do Columbina, Chiori? You know what, frick it. I do what I want.
Surge. A new moon rises. I'll protect us. Break a leg. Observe. Ha! Delicate as silk.
Okay, make sure normal attack.
Let's go, Tomato.
Nice.
Observe. Strike is one.
There's only 4 enemies. This is not the hardest situation.
I am the cutting edge of fashion.
Wing. Lunar Chiori, indeed. Mystery cache effect. Yup. Free mystery cache. 10 fewer flowers. Well, brilliant blessings. I mean, at this point, I would kind of like to transition to just choosing blessings over companions, but resettable effects for mystery caches is better. We can get one of any buff we want. Okay. Hydro Res and Pyro Res. That's the one we saw before. Hydro Crystallize. All party members gain 70%. It's just damage bonus. This is what all the effects do this time. Are they just like benefiting crit characters? That's really lame. Is there like, maybe one of the level 2 ones do damage effects? I hope, at least. Which ones do I want the most? Probably a Geo related one. Do I have more Geo? I know I could look through the list of what the description of the buffs are at different levels. I'd rather find out as I go through it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have a lot of off-field hydros, so I should probably choose the hydro-related reactions. Let's choose the hydro Geo. And then we'll choose. Oh, okay, level 2. Okay, this is okay. Level 2 does have some. That's good. I'm glad. They're just all level 2 right now. Actually, that's the normal structure. Am I being insane? That is the normal structure. Never mind. Okay, ignore me. This is AoE Geo every 2 seconds versus every 4 seconds. When Geo characters are healed, or Hydros, or just when Crystallize happens. I like this one more. Okay. Alright. We'll try to get some of the other buffs too. I would like to get everyone to level 2 at least. And a boss. I didn't wait. What's the bosses? I didn't even look at the bosses. That kind of matters. We'll look at it next. How about we use... What happens if we use Nefer without... Does Nefer even work without Ascendant Gleam? I forgot what happens. What part of her kit needs Ascendant Gleam? I'm kind of curious what the hell happens, but... Let's do... I think we can just Yoimiya Vaporize. Well, maybe, okay. Does this work? Maybe. We'll see. We needed to sacrifice someone, unfortunately. We'll throw Navia here as a just-in-case button. And a buff button.
Let me lead you. You're toast. Nice fire hazard.
And we do not apply enough Hydro. No, we kind of do. Kind of don't. Good job, Navia. Didn't crit.
Watch out. Ring cutter.
Okay, that's fine.
Watch out. Fuse is lit.
I think we need to hug enemies maybe to apply enough Hydro properly. I'm dash canceling after N2. I don't know if that's optimal. Don't worry about it. Okay, do this.
That's the way.
Snake is not ideal, but oh well. I didn't even get energy. That's really not ideal. I feel like I should have checked St. Joe's build. Die, please. Targeting. Thank you. Oh boy. Okay. Bram.
Hey there. Let me weave you a book.
Navia, you needed to crit there. Oh my god, I have to redo. No. Navia, if you crit on one of those 2 hits, Nefer loses her A1 passive. Okay, so not completely dysfunctional in theater. Oh boy, you have Sapwood Blade on. That does explain some things. Attack!
Time for a light show.
Okay, I think you just do N5 and you cancel her N5, right? Probably. I think that's what it is. Yeah. What do you have on you? The catch? I guess that makes sense, but it's not very good here. I should have waited for that one. Okay. I really don't want you to do this. Go to the next phase, please. Really, dude? What? Please, we didn't even do any damage. You just stalled for an extra 10 seconds for no reason. Do this. Okay, it's you. You might jump over here. Thank you. Okay, I guess we don't do this again. Bruh, I think we just got screwed by RNG stalling. Thank you. Thank you.
No, my sword. Witness the attack!
Mm-hmm.
Coming at you. Watch out.
Okay. Now we Yoimiya for a little bit. Can she target in the air? Kind of. Burst. Good. Alright. Go to the next phase, please. Yes. Good. Where are you? Hello? There it is. Okay, crab again. Over here.
Let me read you. And this one's got your name on it. Attack!
Yes.
Hey there.
Surely I don't bungle this up. Who needs Xiangling? Not me. Bam! Oh, I meant to kill with Navi. There you go. That should have that in the first try. Shivers again or Hydro? Let's choose some Hydro. Because that's what this theater be. It really wants me to go full into Geo and stuff. What is this one? The World. Okay. Oh, the World. Wait, what is the enemies? A bunch of consecrated beasts, and this is defeat 10 opponents, keep fighting until the countdown ends. Okay. Dealing geo damage to your active character. Okay. Defense sequence with this. These are fairly aggroable, but they did the slime thing again. Okay, so whether or not one of them is more doable. On polearms only, this might be the better strategy. Just try to aggro the slimes and the fluid avatar. If you can have like 2 avatars aggroed on you at a time and 1 pyro slime, I think it's doable to aggro strat and just stall things out. Are you gonna try to get up there? That is occupied, sir. Bro, he's sleeping. What? I guess he wasn't sleeping. Or not anymore, at least. Anyways. Try to what the slimes? Aggro the slimes. It's a strategy made by the smartest Genshin creator. They're such a fan of the strategy that they named their whole channel after it. Anyways, so I also invented the Dendro reaction. Whoa, thank you, Aggro. I appreciate that. Anyways, so I'm thinking on polearms only the strat might be to choose those. I think on like a normal account where you're just bringing a strong team, if it's a competent team and you don't need to save characters later, use these. But having more enemies attacking the monoliths is problematic. Or if you have a grouper, which. Wait, do groupers exist in this theater? Kind of. If you could do Chevreuse. Should we try some Chevreuse? What can we do with Chevreuse? If we do Chevreuse, wait, we don't have Chevreuse. Never mind. I'm stupid. I didn't. The game asked me if I wanted her twice, and I didn't pick her. Okay. Well, then maybe we just Mualani these, because that'll be fun. Wait, do I have Mualani? I thought I did. I don't know. Or did I decline to pick her? No, I do not. Okay. We'll just Yale on it, I guess. Yale on Navia. I still want to save Mona for Albedo. I'd like to do Mona Albedo stuff. Guess we'll just do that.
Gotcha. Things are about to get done. Nice and spicy.
Yes, I did bring Xiangling into the pyro thing. I'm aware. Like, what? What did I just do there? Tars! How did I do that? I was just spamming normal attacks after I E'd. Or after I Q'd. That's all I did. I didn't do any dashing. Bam. What in the world did I do? The defend tower can give some height. I'm aware. Also, it's almost dead. Good lord. Wasn't almost dead, I guess. It was not that close. I didn't realize the timer was that low. Durin or Noelle? I mean, we have one charge on Columbina left. I would like to Noelle Lunar. We're choosing Noelle. While we have the opportunity. Is there going to be an AoE situation that makes sense for Noelle? Oh yeah, what are our bosses? Yeah, the Kukasaur. Why is the Kukasaur their favorite theater boss? It's fine. Every time they show this boss, I just get to flex Candace against it. I think a Dragon Strike with a Monolith, but Dragon Strike requires doing a dash. I didn't dash. So, I don't know. Anyways, it was weird. It was weird. Theater is fun? Yeah, theater tends to be fun. So, use Candace on our tune, nice. Automod doesn't like Suzume. I hate that flying butthole. I will allow that. Apparently butthole got flagged by Automod there. I learned it from watching you. Nice, nice. Yeah, not sure what chambers are AoE. Obviously we have... Should I save Noelle Columbina for the Legatus Golem? That'd be kind of fun. I'm not sure how well Lunar Crystallize works against this. Level 4 Pyro Geo to do AoE and break the shield faster? That makes sense. Just about what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Hydro on opponent's hit. This can affect. Okay. Pyro, off-field Pyro, off-field Hydro. Probably. I actually think off-field Pyro might be better. Mystery Cache rare. Well, that's boring. Boring but good. Never mind. I spent 40 and got nothing. But hey, I got this. No, that's the first time I've lost that in a while, by the way. Alright. I probably should have chosen the other one. Guaranteed value probably better, but oh well. Gamba for max value. Lunar reactions have an advantage. Defeat 7 opponents. Defeat 14 opponents. I mean, this would be funny, pretty fun with Lunar Crystallized Noelle. Or should I just get rid of Llama? Or do I need Llama for the lunar stages later? Let's try some Gaming Farina. Characters who heal have an advantage, and I just immediately lean towards the whatever combo. Alright, I mean, we'll get, you know what, we have Durin for Albedo later too. So we can use Mona here, and then I guess throw in Xingqiu. We're gonna need more characters soon. Alright. We need all the Hydro for Gaming. Okay, we don't have Hexerai. Alright. Come on, Chai. Who needs healing when you can just live?
Let the world come alive. Let me weave your verse. Shadows of fate.
We have healing, to be clear. I have Prototype Amber on Mona. What am I doing? I don't need to do the new Mona things.
Up to it, Monzai.
Where are you? Hello. You avoided my damage. Come here, Mantra. Where is he? Good. Okay, do this.
Let my name echo in song. Rain outlines your fate. Let me scribe, written in the stars.
Damn.
Mighty mythical beast.
Nice. Where are you? And there we go. Not bad. Good job, Mr. Gumming. Sure. Level 2 of this? Sure. AoE Geo. Normal charge attacks or plunging attacks. Roaring Rock Breaker will descend, dealing Geo damage. I mean, this just seems better, right? More instances of Geo. One random character has 0 vigor rejoins the alternate cast. So that means I hate this one because they always get put back in the pool. There's characters I would enjoy using here, but none that are incredible gets. I choose Mystery Cache Rare. This is pretty good. This is ass. Especially after just choosing a 15 cost mystery cache, which puts us on a 5 interval, which basically impossible to go to 0. Redraw. Okay. This could do something for us. Yeah, sure. We got a Mona Vigor back. I'll take it. I'll take it. Free Mona use. What should we do here? You know what we can do? We can do my... we can actually do the full Dia team that I like. You want to use Farina for it, though? Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Wait, this is a boss chamber? There are just 2 enemies. Is this the first time there have been 2 enemies in a boss chamber? Sorry. It just startled me. This is definitely using way too strong combo characters for this boss, by the way. I really shouldn't be using this combo here. So you know what? I'm not going to. I actually think I should save a Durin. We're gonna throw Yelan in here. Throw away a Yelan. I'm aware of the lack of healing other than Dia's passive, by the way. It's fine. It will be fine. I'm aware that Dia also doesn't proc Yelan. It will be fine. They applied cryo to me. That's annoying. I think Mono Burst is gonna kill it. Well, it's gonna be Dia that kills it during Mono Burst, yeah. Told you it'd be fine. Wow, 60k HP on Dia? Yeah, no. Theater actually juices up Dia quite well. This is an interesting combo of choices. I like Amber. I didn't actually check her equipment. Ino should be just pretty good in Theater. I'm gonna choose Ino. Frick you, Bennett. I like Bennett, but frick him for now. What's the other one? Death. Okay. Am I able to see which one I have? No, yeah, at the end of it, you can see what you have. Oh, no, sorry, it says owned here. Okay, so we could choose Death or the World. Interesting. Interesting choices. I like the art in this one more, but... companion invite? No, we can just get random. We don't need to invite anybody. What do we have to do here? I didn't look at the enemies. Oops. I think just having off-field damage is good. Elite Assault. I am not a coward. Hello, kitten. You gonna lay down on the desk? Yep. I'm somewhat considering, by the way. This is a little risky. I'm somewhat considering doing a stream for Zibai where... and I can mitigate the risk of doing this based on how long I want the stream to go for. But, like, every time a cat jumps on my desk, I do a 10 pull, so I can just leave the camera, like, focused on here while I stream. Are you pulling her? I want Eat Lua. Like, it'd be stupid to do this, but I don't know, maybe it'd be fun. Like, I'm a content creator, I can do something stupid. It'd be funny to do, like, every time a cat jumps on my desk, I'll do a 10 pull. And then I'll just have a counter. I'll be like, alright, Dee Dee jumped on the desk, counter up. Surely it wouldn't be like 20 times, right? Zibai with no Hydro? I plan to, yeah. Wonderful boy. Anyways, continue on, theater. My character options are so low, I should choose more characters. What is this? A bunch of Natland peoples. Okay, they're gonna be running all over the place, aren't they? We can just never allow them. Maybe we. I guess we're gonna use up Mona, and then Moika can be here for moral support. Tenacity, Moika, go burr. Smash the Scorch. Yeah. I would like Dia for later, but maybe I should wait. Should I just redo? Should I save Dia for later? I do like saving Dia for the lunar things. You know what? No, I gotta save Dia. I like using Dia, but I gotta save her. I like flexing Dia, just being able to face tank like the self-damage stuff. Okay, so we can do get rid of Nefer. Who the hell cares about her? It's just a problem. I was gonna do a Nefer, but then we didn't have any real teammates. And I didn't want to use Noelle as fodder. I can use Moika as fodder. I definitely need to choose some more characters. Do I have to throw? I have to throw either like Mona or a Noelle charge or a Duran charge. I think it's gonna be Noelle. Sorry, we'll still do a Noelle. Let me do. Yep. Bam. Wow, Noelle damage. Actually, it's okay. Can they grip themselves? They're not gripping themselves. Okay, I need to attack this one, don't I? It's the ranged one. Yeah, okay. There's no self-damage this way? Oh, there isn't? Oh. No self-damage. That's crazy. Master Scorch. Ew. I only have one. I guess that, you know, I did bring Pyro in. You shouldn't be surprised. I'm making it a little bit hard for Never to do anything at all. I maybe should not have brought in Pyro. Virgin Never looks great. You can make Virgin Never work. Not in this team context. You know what? Moika's here to be a sacrifice. That's what she's doing. That's fine. Why did I target the wrong enemy again? I am stupid. Why are you so tanky? Bruh. I did like 300,000 damage to it. It did nothing.
Watch out, or you'll get singed. Seek within.
Oh my god, I know why you pinged it over there. Okay, there we go. What happened before? Why did I not get any? It healed? What was happening? What? How does this enemy's HP work? What was it doing? Ow. Oh my god, never, please. Please, I just generate dude for the love of everything.
The deception ends here. It all adds up.
Oh man, stop it. Take
a deep breath and grit your teeth. Can't hide the truth. No more lies.
We are not going to be able to. No, my god. Okay. The healing. Yeah, the healing seems annoying. I should use Noelle's shield. Shielding seems to be nice here. Why is character sharing cooldown? Okay, cat in the way of my screen, it's fine. Okay, we're good. 4 seconds for that, that's fine. Can I stop?
I must
Ah.
no more lies.
Stop healing. I think that healed. Maybe they didn't heal there actually.
Take a look behind the veil.
Okay. Just took a little bit of not being dumb. We're good. We're good. Will I give Wuwa a chance? I've already played Wuwa. I might try it again eventually, but I have other games I'd rather play right now. I don't give a shit. Right now. I have other games I'm playing. I have Expedition 33. I bought Mars First Logistics. I bought... I've been playing Enfield. I've been playing No Rest for the Wicked with my friends the last couple of weeks. I don't know. I have 5 million other games to play rather than another grindy ass game that I've already played. So sorry. Anyways, W games except Enfield. I mean, I think it's a better game than Wuwa, quite frankly. I'm having more of a positive first impression than I had of Wuwa. They're different games that appeal to different types of things, though, and that's fine. Look, Candace. Just in time. Just in time. We should choose some teammates, though. Eneth is good. Quite good, you might even say. Everything is better than Wuwa. I wouldn't say everything is better than Wuwa. I've played plenty of worse games that are much worse than Wuthering Waves. But Wuthering Waves' biggest problem is it's a grindy gacha game. I have enough grindy games that want to take up time in my life. Kukasaur, huh? Kukasaur. Anefa would be a nice option. Did I miss my character review? Sorry, I should have turned off character reviews. If I have a mod in chat, could a mod refund Moron? I don't want to do a character review right now. I got stalled. I stalled too long earlier by accident, and I don't want to do stall in the middle of the theater. Maybe if I have a character review in between going to poems only. Okay. You know, I'm suddenly thinking you can't see the view. Cat just jumped on the back of the desk, jumped onto my computer, jumped onto the cat tree, jumped back down on the desk, and then jumped to the floor. Inevitably, I feel like it's gonna come back. That would have been 20 pulls right there, by the way. If I'm doing this stupid Zebai stream. Yeah, I'm just timing them out. We're not talking about Wuwa. I don't understand Wuwa players that feel the need to constantly yap in a Genshin stream. They're obviously just baiting. Anyways. They're not banned, by the way. They're just timed out, but we'll see. Wait, I timed out the wrong person. Oops. Sylveon, are you here? Can you fix that? What an oddly specific timeout duration? It's because I just dragged to a couple hours. Yeah, can you untimeout untimeout Moron? Thank you, Sylveon. Appreciate it. I better do his character review for that. Remind me later. I don't want to do it right now. We already got distracted enough by the annoying Wuo person. Wait, did they have a Wooba streamer in their username? Of course. I'm guessing it was one of the rage bait Wooba people too, because WoWa is apparently such a good game that the content creators only can make bait content doing tribalism bullshit, and they can't actually create content that's actually about how to have fun in the game. I don't know. My advice to any WoWa player that wants me to try WoWa again. Again, I said this the last time. People are like, "Okay, I will," and they never send anything. I check my DMs after. Send me DMs. Go DM me, email me if you don't want to DM me on Discord or whatever. I don't care. You go send me something and be like, "Hey, and write up a thing that takes you an hour. Give me an hour-long essay of like, this is a cool thing I did in WoWa. Of like, I had to optimize this down. Like, it has to do with this nuance of I made a split-second decision that like only mattered because I recognized blah 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 blah." If you show me something cool in the combat of WoWa, that could convince me to try it again. I would say. But no, WoWa players don't do that. They just spout random bullshit that usually is just like, wow, thanks. Yes, WoWa is indeed a different video game. Crazy. Rather than being like, oh, here's something fun about WoWa. It's just random bullshit. And generally just saying other game is worse. And it's like, cool. Yeah, that makes me want to play WoWa. They actually just show me something that's cool with the game itself. Anyways. And if you want an essay with it, that's fine too, because like an essay would help explain the context for things that I'm lacking, right? That's my point. Anyways, does it hold up recommending other games? Yeah, if you want to recommend another game and be like, yeah, here's something cool about this game. When I play games, I want them to be unique. I don't want them to be like, it's Genshin, but doesn't have a 50-50 on the weapon banner, and that makes it incredible. Cool. I don't give a shit. The best weapon banner is the one that doesn't exist. Anyways. So, anyway, it's alright. This happened because I couldn't decide what character I wanted. Let's just choose an F to be safe. Frick Bennett.
Please select target for cleanup sequence.
That's a lot of not characters. Look, I like buffs, but... Okay. Look, I want to choose Nilu. Persona 5X? I assume that's P5X. I have not. I've seen Persona 5. Not the whole playthrough. I got like halfway through Joseph Anderson's Persona 5 playthrough. But it was so long. Anyways. Oh boy. I told you he's coming back. Brant is cool. That's good. Yeah, I'm sure there are good content creators in WoWa. It's just the ones that I always see mentioned in my channel are, ones that are just rage bait creators as far as I can tell. But I don't care about WoWa enough to like actively seek them out myself. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you want me to be interested in WoWa, you gotta send me something that is actually cool, and then explain to me why it is cool. And maybe like, all right, cool, that's cool that's possible in WoWa nowadays. That new enemy and this new character and this nuance of the game's combat is something I hadn't considered before. I'm down to try it again. So, anyways, but I'm not gonna like actively go out and watch all of Brant's videos. Sorry. But if you send me something specific with an explanation of why you think it's cool, I'm down. Sorry, I should choose Milani. I need more. I can take advantage of having some Moika off-field pyro here. Do an off-field pyro. Yeah, okay. Let's just choose Milani. I like Milani.
What a lineup.
Let's not be silly. Let's not be silly. Okay. Man, I hate ID. P ad. Didn't ad just start when I just actually started clicking through? It's fine, I guess. The ad will hopefully end by the time we figure things out. Yes. Well, okay. So on YouTube, ads are completely different times for different people, by the way. But on Twitch, ads happen at the same time for people, I believe. Anyway, sorry. Okay. Candace, obviously, and you think we can do like this? Should we throw in a Nefa? Is that Nefa? No, Nefa's gonna cause problems. Is she? She probably is. Who do we throw in? Arcanite, the strange bastard child of Genshin, and Command and Conquer. I mean, Arcanite's, right, you know, for me is just a fun exploration game with a factory system built into it. The gacha is just there. Like, I don't know how long I'm gonna play Enfield for. Right now, it's just like a pretty good factory exploration game. I just don't know how long it's gonna hold my attention. Like, once I build up a factory of some of the later progression stuff, what is actually gonna motivate me to continue past doing a little bit more exploration? I don't know. So, I don't know. It's an interesting game. I wouldn't really particularly compare it to... Like, it's a gacha game. I get it, but like I wouldn't compare it that closely to much else. Man, I don't want to sacrifice. Frick you, never. We'll also use her if we need, I guess. I forgot how you start. Okay, you do start doing that quickly. Okay.
Grant us your blessings. Yield. Do your worst.
Okay, I had to use you there.
The sun. Amazing. Action at the flame.
I don't know why I did that. Was dumb. Don't worry about it. It's been 17 years since I played.
Rev the engines.
You. It's fine. Why did I do that? I don't know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're not being gamers right now. It's fine. I can redo. No, I almost. Okay. Is it possible on a big hitbox to get an extra skill out? I don't know. Okay. If I hadn't been stupid with Milani, we probably would have gotten it. Yeah, I think I just had to not be stupid with Milani. Okay. Whoops. Let's just not be stupid with Milani. Automod still got you, Suzume. Automod still... Wait, no. Wait, sorry, it didn't. I thought you put a space in it. What Automod flagged that time was the hole part. Last time it flagged butthole. This time it flagged just hole. It's just... I think Automod just hates you, Suzume. Alright. I feel like I might be using certain characters that might cause me problems, by the way, for the lunar chambers, but we'll see what happens. This is part of how I have fun with theater. Wait, you know what we could do? We could generate a lunar bloom. Gonna both the same spot? Nope. Okay. Okay. Yep. 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 And burst. Let's do this, I guess, for funsies. Hey, we have one lunar bloom, lunar dude. We do one charge attack on that. Let's go. Big. Oh my god, we failed just barely. Okay, that's fine. You might be like, burst on Malika. No. Okay. I don't want to keep on approving every buttholes in the chat. I don't know why Automod hates butthole so much. I feel like it didn't used to before, but I'm not gonna keep on approving everything. The Grammys are today? Didn't know that. Anyways. What are the Grammys? Wait, which... I forgot which one the Grammys are. I'm sorry. Is that the one that's really dumb? Is Oscars or the Grammys the worst one? Music. Okay. That's okay. So they're the better. It's the better one. Okay. Grammys are worse. Never mind. It's the worst one. All right. Sorry. Okay. The restart. We're strats. We're going to Candace. This. Bam. Free damage. That it has resistances. I just realized that's not really free damage. Oh, let's go.
Too easy.
I don't know why I held it. That was pointless. Also, I have a.
Burn it down.
I could be doing that shield phase a lot better.
Can't hide the truth. Do your work. Light it up. Carving wave. It all adds up.
Oh, we don't have anything. Okay. Oops. We got it. Okay. Burst for the win. The kitten just sneezed a little bit. I didn't actually hear it, but he flicked his head like he did sneeze. I don't see any goobers anywhere. No, I think he just being adorable. All right. Ice Spice SpongeBob song. See, the only reason the Grammys would be interesting to me is because it's probably just filled with music I haven't heard. And I like listening to music that I haven't heard. Anyways, that success there was clearly thanks to King Dede's support. Next. It really wants me to choose Shivers. I like how we got Llama, by the way, after we got rid of Nefer. And we do have a Nefa, so sure. Okay, we got Law Witcherals, and then we have to do the lunar things. We have not gotten Arlecchino as an option yet, even. And we also haven't gotten our Albedo. That's upsetting. Miyu, thanks for the Prime subscription for 6 months in a row. Majestic kitty indeed. I just confessed my crush. I have a BF now. Way, congrats. Now the hard part. Maintaining the relationship. Sorry. I would really like characters. The game has chosen to say no. I would like to save Columbina Noel for Legatus Golem. I think that would be fun. Like Columbina Noel, Albedo, Duran maybe? I don't know. Maybe that works. Maybe that works. So this is probably the easy one here. I'm just gonna stockpile the flowers I have. So save you. We have 3 more chambers to do. I want to do Dia against one of the lunar chambers. You against surely you and you is like probably good enough at a baseline for Legatus Golem. So we can do I mean, I can kind of do a Dia overlay, but I can save an Anefa charge. Maybe I can use an Anefa charge here safely. I'd like Anefa Candace. Or maybe we just Anefa Candace Mulani. Fodder Duran. Yeah, I said it.
Turning point in
initiated. Annihilation mode.
Damn. I think we'll die here.
Let's shred, Sharky.
Duran might have been a little bit of a waste. But it's fine. Who needs Duran? Not me. Albedo. Companion Geo. Okay. That would probably get us Shilonin or Kachina. What does that do for us? I mean, that does probably a few things. Yeah, you know, getting Shilonin is good.
All right, after you.
Oh, mystery cache. Let's go. 2 rerolls. I mean, meh. Redraw. 2 rerolls again. 1 character randomly. 20 more flowers. I mean, sure. I'm gonna do it because I think it's fun. I think this is just fun as a you are now incentivized to use this. Not that it's like that good of a reward. Okay. Sure. Companion random, companion hydro. We still haven't gotten Arlecchino. Let's do companion random. 25 flowers refunded. Still no Arlecchino. Are you equipped? Yes, but definitely no. Yes, but definitely no. A level 20. Okay, sorry, Amber. I don't think I can use it at this point. Well, this was not the most valuable pull. Kachina for scroll? Oh, does Kachina have scroll? She probably does. Okay. She has 2-piece scroll.
Oh, anyone need a health checkup?
Okay. Penny random again. Arlecchino. Bam.
This
Alright,
will
we're
be a
good.
productive partnership.
Easy. And now we see if we can clear it without Arlecchino. Okay, who do I want to use Dia against? What is this? 1 enemy. Oh, it's a local legend. The enemy successfully freezes the character, they will schmack you. Okay, okay. Just defeat them. Well. Also, I like how we declined Bennett the whole time. And Shivers. Would be nice here, actually, for Dia. I wonder. I don't know which one's going to be more annoying. I'm going to use the... Let's do Dia against this. I feel like this isn't probably intended to be the more annoying one. I'll defeat 10 opponents. Dia might be better for that. If I want to do, like, Dia over Vape. And the goal would be just burst heavy rotation on Inefa there. To avoid debuffing Dia slightly. Not that it's that big a deal. What if we just Dia... Wait, what am I going to do for... Okay, Noel, Columbina, Albedo, Duran is what I want to try to use. So save 1 charge of you. So I can use Shilonin for both of these. So we can try like Shilonin, Dia, or we could say Mona. Wait, what if we do Mona, Albedo, Columbina? That'd be more fun. Mona, Albedo, Columbina. So we do have Duran available then if we do that. So then how about we try like... Yeah, okay, I'm down with that. Legatus Golem, I want to do Columbina, Mona, Noel, Albedo. So we have 1 Albedo charge, we have both Shilonins, 1 Duran. We have Arlecchino if need be. So let's do Duran, and we have 1 Albedo. Let's do Duran, Shilonin, Albedo. I don't know the last slot. Siegewein. Is Siegewein gonna do enough damage? And then we can do Dia here. That's my thinking. Yes, I stole someone's Albedo. Okay. Doot, doot, doot. Who was the last lot? Durin. Yeah. And then I can Dia, Enefa, Ino. With hopefully another Hydro after. I'm hearing weird noises from a neighbor somewhere. Anyways, hopefully you can't hear it. Sorry. Okay. Cat also hears it. We might need a damage mode on Durin.
Witness my great undertaking.
Okay, well, I think the buffs are just killing things. That's my vibe. Or just this Albedo is wrecking. I have no reference point for
Feel this ancient power.
how strong this Albedo is. He seems very strong, I must admit. It's definitely Siege Wing, guys. Siege Wing is... Wait, is it skill damage? It is skill damage. Siege Wing is buffing him. Yeah, no, I think this is plenty strong. That was pretty simple. This was a C2 Albedo that I borrowed, so I guess not surprising. C2 Albedo is quite good. Bennett or Kachina or Hydro. Let's choose Hydro. Who needs Bennett? Not me. Okay, now it's buff time. So... Someone said we're gonna Hydro Geo, so let's Hydro Geo. Max that out for Legatus Golem, in my opinion. And we can't buy any more, so that's fine. Alright, Dia versus this thing. The beast also felt more squished than expected. Okay, interesting. I mean, how many? You're supposed to be 10 of them, so they might have scaled the HP lower. I'm not sure. Okay, Dia. You. And we can use Shalonin, because we're gonna do Columbina, Noel, Albedo, Mona. Yeah. Wait, not you.
Come on.
We want to do this.
Preparing for dust up. Bring it.
You asked for it.
No, I know I didn't get like a scroll. I could probably could have gotten scroll buff. We can do that if we need. I suspect Dia is good enough that that won't be necessary. Stop getting flung in the air, please.
Annihilation mode.
You are moving all over the place. Can we chase her down? Where are you? Hello? I wish I could get like one energy particle. There we go. If she hadn't avoided all my Dia E-procs, I would have gotten energy burst back without a problem there. And it died to fall damage. Okay. This might have been the easiest I've seen the lunar challenges be so far. We'll choose Nilu. And we'll max out this buff because we're doing a full Hydro Geo team. Hydro and Geo Red Shred reduced. Yeah. More Noel damage. Let's go. And then, I don't know, choose this one for the fun. Yep. Finish it off. Special things planned for 69k subs. I don't think so. I don't normally do like subscriber special things. If I ever get to 100k, 17 years in the future maybe. Alright, bam.
A moonlit night for all.
Probably Albedo now.
Decided by destiny.
Okay, dude. I should have done that. After, it's fine.
As a dutiful maid would.
Bam.
Leave it all to me.
Alright, go to town. Big Noel damage. This is with Noel in the event weapon, by the way. Alright.
Moons converge.
Witness my great undertaking.
Written in the stars.
1, 2. E, 1, 2.
As a good night should.
Bam. Shield. Spin to win this time. That's a little bit better, I think. Against this thing, at least. Yeah, is it better? I don't know. Wow, there you go. Is dead. Easy theater. That lunar crystallized damage, what was she getting? I have no idea. I imagine we had a lot of juice stats from things going on, but anyways, view accolades. Prediction, Columbina might have stolen the biggest hit there at the end. Most enemies killed, I have no idea. It might be the Albedo or whatever from the Mulani. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, duh. We did get a... Duh. Never mind. That makes sense. Streams are really good at helping me focus on taking notes for my engineering exam. Nice. Glad I could help. Ah, Gami, let's go. That makes sense. Yeah, yep. I forgot we used him there. Mulani took the most damage. Okay. Yeah, glad I could help you out, Barry. Yeah, we'll be going into polearms only. My feeling has been like most theaters with pyro are pretty easy, and also just tend to give you a lot of viable team options, and a lot of people tend to have pyro units leveled up. So yeah, the only problem is, you know, the lack of off-field pyro options, but having pyro plus hydro, and there are, at this point, if you've been playing a while, you know, you probably have a good amount of off-field hydro options. And then Geo into the mix is not a bad thing to throw in, right? It didn't feel that lunar, to be clear, even though they put, you know, Flynn's Nefer, we have Columbina now, Flynn's Nefer, Columbina, and then Geo, of course. Didn't feel that lunar focus for me, but that's just probably my choices. I'm like actively choosing to fodder Nefer. So yeah, I don't even think we used Llama, did we? No. All right, what Arcana do we choose? Wow. What Arcana do we choose? My work is complete. The golden lion bows its head. Silver tree sprouts buds. Following all that is remembered, the world stands firm. You have not heard it say, my work is complete. Therefore nothing more, the earth and mountains lie silent, while the waters and rain gently murmur. Memory is design, skills are some golden twins. Okay. Golden twins join hands and silver bud. Okay. You say, my work is complete. I don't know if my work is ever complete. Pick death or else. Is that a threat? All theaters feel the same to me? Yeah, that's fair. They do tend to feel pretty similar. I forgot to do normal attacks on Albedo to get the peak patrol buff. Gasp. Gasp. Anyways, artifact claim tree, you should take that card for 10% better artifact RNG. That's true. That is the artifact tree. Ronova is great. Ronova's the death god, right? That's Ronova, I think. You know, Ronova. The death card says world once, twice. In the death card itself says the word world twice. And it's the artifact RNG tree. Like I feel like the death card's doing itself a disservice here. It's basically just saying the world's better by using the world more, saying the world more. It only uses the word death once. As if that's what matters. I'd say this. Damn. What's the new theater poses? Is there new theater poses? I don't remember. Alright. Thank you for the goods. Claim. We'll go use that. Okay. What are we doing? Alright. Thoughts on Varka? He's dookie, but he's my dookie. I think it'll be fun. I didn't mean to skip that.
Lovely magical ladies enjoy creating tasks and setting up trials. Perhaps preparing a challenge that will require substantial effort to complete is a suitable way of repaying their kindness. It would make them happy. Yeah.
Are you pulling him? Well, we'll see what happens with going for Eat Lua. My hope is we get Eat Lua without much trouble, and then I can go 50-50 on Varka, and then I win a 50-50 for Varka, because I really don't want to spend money on him. I mean, chances are I'll have enough wishes that I wouldn't even have to spend money at all, to be clear. Like, right now, assuming I don't get trolled on the buy banner, which, you know. Pulling for 4 stars. Probably shouldn't do it. Definitely shouldn't do it. But, like, right now, I have enough to, like, to go a bit past pity already, immediately on Z-Buy banner. The rest of the patch means that I will probably have enough wishes to guarantee Varka if I want to. The question is, do I want to? I'd really prefer not. I'd really prefer not having to go to double pity for Vark. So, Zebai is more interesting to me now that I realize that, like, I really wish Creator Server was open so I could verify this. Now that I realize that Hydro is kind of pseudo-optional for her for a lot of, like, not on, like, the you want to play her best team context, but Hydra was not that hard of a requirement for her, I'm pretty sure. I didn't even have the thought to test that beforehand, so... Anyways, if I get a free Z-Buy at like 20 pity, whatever, right? That's fine. Other than resources. I do not have the resources to level her. 2 million more. Well, it's fine. Yeah, anyways. I want Varka's Claymore. I mean, honestly, in some level, I am more tempted by Varka's Claymore. I want, you know what? I want Varka to be free so I could go for his Claymore. I'll go to pity on the Claymore banner. Why? Because... Wait, what is he gonna run with? Flynn's weapon, probably? Ugh. I don't have Flynn's. Maybe he reruns with the Escoffier. That'd be dope. Varka Claymore banner plus Escoffier. Get Razor's Claymore. And then get... And have a chance of getting Escoffier's Claymore. Or Polearm if I lose it. I could get Razor's best weapon and Chevreus's best weapon. I don't give a shit about it for Escoffier. I could get Chevreus's weapon and and Razor's weapon in the same banner. They nerfed it for Razor? Oh my god, of course. I'm sorry, I forgot rule number 1 of Hoyoverse balance in the modern day. Hoyoverse hates fun. I apologize. Is it bad for Razor now? Does Razor have a better weapon? I didn't think about any weapon changes. Is it nerf for Razor but still way better for him, or is it actually just worse than other options for him? Because that matters. Because if it's just like a nerf for Razor, oh no, it's 2% worse for Razor, it doesn't fucking matter, right? But I don't know how they change it. I actually didn't look at it, so I have no idea. I guess I didn't mean to get distracted by this. Man, I wish I could get another. Is there another source? Sorry. I'm going to double check if there's another source of an elixir I can get right now. I think I'm not going to get the second elixir, or sorry, the free elixir for 2 days. So, is there a source? I definitely got all the non-cry elixirs. I think I maxed out this. Which means I think there's no other elixir sources. I think I'm out. Yeah. Damn. Okay. I gotta wait. Gotta wait. Oh well. The review for Moran? Sure. Since I timed you out by accident, I can do your review. I mean, why couldn't they give out the elixir sooner? I'm impatient. I want the Columbina build now. We still get one in the mail. Yes, that's not now. I want to make my Columbina goblet now. Now. But I need one more. Anyways, to be clear, again, making a timepiece could be ideal. If I made a timepiece right now as an onset timepiece, it's 40 CV. Well, then that's the play. But with how good my offset timepieces are, I think it's a slightly smarter play to go goblet. It would be really nice if the goblet was 4-line and rolled well. Like, if it rolls poorly, I'll be a sad boy. But it will still complete the build, at least, technically. Anyways, so, trust Varka will Lunar Swirl. Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I was going to look up the Varka Claymore. What did they do to it? What did they do to my wonderful Razor Claymore? GI, I assume Hawkachune's updated. I'll probably be able to tell. So, same base stats, 608 base, 33.1 crit. Increase attack speed, so that's the same. Each time the equipping character's normal attacks hit opponents, / cast their elemental skill, / performs charge attack. Oh my god. Gain 1, 2, 2 stacks of 4 wins him respectively. Damage is increased by 7.5% for 4 seconds, max 4 stacks. This effect can be triggered once every 0.1 second. Okay, great. So, and if you have Hexarai, you gain more crit damage from each stack of that. So Razor can't maintain the stacks is the assumption right now. But it still shouldn't be. He can still maintain some of the stacks, right?
I mean, take a stroll. I won't go too far.
Like, is it actually meaningfully nerfed for Razor? Razor lost some damage percent, still his best in slot? Yeah. I don't think it's that much worse, yeah. So, that's fine. So, it's still good for Razor. To be clear, it's not that tempting. I don't want to over... Like, this Claymore is not that good. I don't think. Well, I don't know. Cast Elemental Skill is 0.1 second. Wait, is this better for Dia? No, I don't think it is. No. Well, it might be in some context. Because I think you can... No, I don't think you max. You run out of stacks too fast. It's bad for you. Never mind. Okay. Did you like my lantern I gave you? I think, did I find that yesterday? I think I found that yesterday. Yeah, it was nice. I've enjoyed all the ones people have given me so far. Thank you, thank you. I plan on giving out some random ones to people. Look at my Navia. Why did it block that? Sure, before we go into poems only, I can look at your thing. If Nicole ends up saving Varka, it'll be fully a Varka Nicole. Varnicole. Why is this domain so loud, by the way? Is it just me? This is like the music in this domain specifically way louder. Anyways, real quick. Navia. Serpent Spine Navia. Wow, a Navia that can crit. Crazy. Obviously a little low in crit damage, but I mean, you understand that. It's a decent Navia. Flower's quite good. No attack percent, it's fine. Obviously, it would be nice if you had a better timepiece goblet. Circle is very good. I mean, you have one of the most annoying pieces to get a good piece on. So, and your goblet's an off piece that could be improved in the future. Realistically, this might be a build that... Oh. that is a factory. Oops. Why did it go there? Where? There we go. Wait, no, not that. Where? Why? Why is it not showing up on my list? This? No. That is Twitch. Why in the ever-living hell is it not showing up? I fucking hate... OBS does this shit sometimes where it just doesn't show one of my windows in my list. I'm like Chrome here, that's not that window. It's not that window. It's not that window. It's literally the other Chrome window. It's only showing it's only showing the Chrome windows I don't have. Best Navi I've ever seen. Yeah, okay. Well, here, let's do it like this. I can just bring this tab over to this window, I guess. And it's just gonna be... Yep, you know what? You can see the stats. It's good enough. Yeah, it's a good Navia. Anyways, or a good work in progress Navia. Obviously, getting more crit damage would be nice. A flower could easily be improved in the future. Feather is unlikely to be improved. Or sorry, the feather is likely to be improved in the future. The flower is unlikely. What I was saying though, my God, this music is so... It's too much right now. I like it. It's way too much right now. So, crit rate overcapped? What do you mean it's overcapped? Do you know how Navia works? Yeah, I don't know why this domain music is so loud. So, Yeah, do you know how Navia works? It's not overcapped. Anyways, like it's not a C tier Navia. Anyways, what was it saying? Like this might be a play of the most obvious improvement you could do that would be the most efficient resource wise. This is a rare case of like crafting an onset goblet could make a lot of sense. Like if this is your best offset goblet, crafting a double crit onset goblet, as long as the game doesn't make it super dookie with quadruple minerals or something, enables you to like immediately then switch to like a good double crit off piece timepiece or maybe some other piece. But yeah, like you're not that far away from having this transition from a very work in progress, not incredible Navia build, but at least hey, she crits consistently, to a quite good Navia build is my overall vibe, right? But anyways, we can let the volume come back up. All right, do a couple runs here. We have a couple days before. I should probably be using Columbina. I want to get to level 10 actually. Actually, I'm gonna exit. I want to use Columbina just because I would like to get to level 10. Friendship, that is. I need to put my one window. Sorry, because I had to use that window. I have to now rearrange my other window, or not rearrange, but just re-bring them up because chat was behind the thing. So sorry, did I ignore anything important, chat? Oh, well, yeah, Buzzsaw did a emote redeem. Might do some cheeky pulls. No, I'm going to do some cheeky pulls. I want Eat Lua. I tend to always want one copy of a character, but anyways, alright, what is this emote? I can't show it to you properly because I opened it up in a different tab and I don't want to open the tab that I can show you because it's a pain in the ass to show it to you. Is it gonna load? Oh wait, you know, I can't show it to you. Wait, I should have just done this. when OBS doesn't work, I should just do this. It's so much easier. Please loud. Why this freaking service? It's fine. 7TV is. There we go. Okay. Well, I guess you know that's an appropriate emote for what I just did. Also, you can see me. Ew. Block my forehead. Add. What? Oh, I'm not signed in. God damn it. Okay. Why am I not signed in, bruh? It's not been a long. I've used this website recently. Whatever. Okay. The music was so loud. I need yeah. Like the contrast from the music outside here. Like the volume setting is the same on my game. Like obviously this is more vibe background music. There's nothing right now, but that was more vibe background music compared to the background music in the domain. But like, anyways, cat cam. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're never doing polearms only apparently. You know what? We're farming this at this point. I'm mostly farming for this team anyway, so use this team. All right. We're so close to my full albeit Columbina, but so far. By the way, part of why I did run the numbers on this, like part of why I'm so obsessed with chasing this Columbina albeit build is my Columbina's damage should literally be like, I ran the numbers and my expectation is about 30% stronger. Like my Columbina's damage is gonna go up a lot here by beginning her on the new set. So the only sad loss from this is that Raiden's ideal set becomes a Serenade rather than Night Sky, so Raiden will do even less damage. But oh well. Oh well. It is what it is. Raiden can still do damage on Serenade. Oh, I didn't do the cat's camp. But anyways, Dispel Dahlia, that, I mean, I would take Dahlia, dude, so I still kind of want C6 Dahlia someday for, what's her bucket? I forgot to do the cat cam, didn't I? Right, you know what? Here, DD is going to bless this. He's going to bless the artifact here. Whoops, wrong button. With, well, one of the two. We'll do another one. Yep, that's exactly what we needed. Okay, I guess, do I keep this for, like, there might be an off-field lunar crystallized unit, and they're probably going to be death scaling. They probably will want crit. they probably won't want attack percent, so I think I can throw this away. One more. We'll use the fragile, or the transient. So, I thought you wanted to move the cat tree? No, my solution was putting another cat tree next to the cat tree so that the cats, instead of trying to be stupid, just use this one, which has worked so far. They haven't done anything as dangerous. Well, they have played a little bit. That's why I think that got moved. I didn't do that. They moved it. But like I think they're fine. Also, look at this lump. Anyways, how fun was the new theater? Pretty good. We'll probably be going into polearms only. Ultimately, how fun the theater will be will depend on your account. I think theaters are fun when they're a little bit more challenging, personally. So like this is a relatively boring theater for me. I think on polearms only though, it'll be the utter opposite. Alright, we're gonna try to do this without using my mouse, which should be fine. I can't normal attack, so rather than just bursting and doing nothing else. Wow, we're fine. Alright. Alright, Dee. This is the real one that you need to bless. A whole transient resin. Alright. We get a cat in frame even. Alright, cat in frame. No, I almost clicked on Primogem. I mean, I do need... flowers could be good. Whoops. I already have a good HP circlet. What? Okay, you know what? I just had the thought. I haven't tried triple EM on Staff of Scarlet's Hands on a Nefa. Maybe. Okay. Double crit HP flowers? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, that was... Alright. Wow. Incredible. Do I keep this? Mineral. Yeah. Have you already done IT? I finished on my main account, so you'd have to rewind from my main account. We're gonna go into polearms only, though. And then maybe we will end the YouTube stream and switch to Enfield until I have about 3 hours. 3.5 hours-ish. Blessing of Dee a little bit, I guess. I don't really think I need an EM circlet that badly on this set. And I shouldn't level it up right now because I need the fodder for when I craft that goblet, potentially. But it's an interesting artifact, so screw it. We got some XP from theater. We basically want all the crit rolls here. ER is an attack is fine. I think it cooked itself. How much XP do I have to waste for this? That's acceptable. Of course, it had to roll crit. I shouldn't even have done that because then I wouldn't. I could have just pretended it would have rolled flat attack again. This is like it's really expensive to level pieces like past level 12 and especially past level 16. 12 to 16 is not that bad, but like the amount of XP to go to level 20 is a lot. You lose XP feeding into another piece unless you get lucky with a double. It's just a weird case of maybe it is relevant. I don't know. It's weird. We don't have any crit rate on it though, and this would, you know what? I don't need it. This would, it didn't roll into ER. If it rolled heavily into ER, I'd like keep it as a, you know, because this could actually be a, like 2 PCM, 2 PCM on Llama, for example. But I'm gonna say no because I don't want to go to 85 crit rate. I don't think it's gonna help my build. I think it's gonna be build. It's gonna be worse. Crafting of a build, yeah. That, to be clear, this is as cracked as it is because of Staff of Scarlet's Hands. But yes, indeed, the game blessed me with one of the most cracked pieces I have on my account at this point now, particularly for the purpose of a Staff of Scarlet's Hands build. And you know, so cracked off-piece goblet, ridiculous timepiece, a piece I chose to craft, and I got the risk paid off. It's a very good piece. And then, yep, Like, I have no bad stats on this Inefa build other than the circlet right now, and I plan to reroll a circlet. So, like, this will probably be my priority reroll next patch. Although now if I do end up getting Varka, the new circlet is a temptation. Well, no, the new circlet that I got on the Varka set is good enough that I don't need to reroll. It's not a priority reroll over the Inefa piece. But I don't know, there is the possibility I could reroll this and get Inefa to have, like, if the 3 rolls that are in, like, let's just say the ideal of I get 4 crit rate rolls, right? Actually, that would be overcapped. No, I only need like 2 more crit rate rolls, right? Yeah, I only need like 2 more crit rate rolls, basically. High rolls, I guess. 2 more high crit rate rolls, and I basically have 100% crit rate with 233 crit damage, which is ridiculous. But anyways, and this is an Inefa build, by the way, that won't show up on Akasha. Like, I probably have one of the just straight up best Inefa builds possible right now, quite frankly, with Staff of Scarlet Sands. But there's no ranking for this kind of build because Staff of Scarlet Sands completely changes the build stat priority, and like so I don't know. I'm curious, what does it rank on Akasha? You think we can get OBS to work? Nope. All right, that's fine. I guess we're doing hand cam, Akasha. So I believe open. There we go. I believe hello camera. There we go. I did put Inefa on here, and yeah, this was with my Jade Spear attack focus build. And you can see, oops, top 1.1%, a pretty good Jade Spear Inefa build. Flower and Feather, really good. Timepiece, good enough. Goblet, pretty good. Circlet, okay for overall stat value, but nothing insane for a Jade Spear build, right? But the leaderboards, there's only one annoying thing. There's not even a freaking Skyward Spine build, which is annoying because like Skyward Spine build will like slot you into the Favonius Lands category for like the amount of ER you have and whatever. But the problem with that is Skyward Spine gives crit rates, so like you change the balance of your build based on the crit rate that Skyward Spine gives, and it also increases the value of attack percent rolls. So like there's no freaking Skyward Spine, which is a very compelling weapon option for a burst every rotation Inefa. And there are very relevant reasons to do that. And if you have it and you don't have Jade Spear especially, you should probably consider using it. Or you just want it to because it's a good weapon that also looks good on her. But anyways, no Staff of Scarlet Sands is the bigger problem here because it is a very, very compelling weapon option for her, but it completely changes how you want to build her, right? So if we refresh, I am curious what this ranks as. So yeah, obviously it doesn't rank higher because again, there's no build leaderboard, so it doesn't rank higher, but I'm curious what it ranks as with the wrong main stats for what the leaderboards are. I think I have to go.
Outstanding items on today's to-do list.
It should show up here, like in the as a new.
No problem. I can add them shortly.
Right? Isn't that where? Okay, I haven't used it in a while. Why does it not show up here? Oh, here it is. Okay, it just didn't say new. Maybe it's because it refreshed in the past. Yeah, it says top 12%, bruh. It says top 12%. Because again, these are all like you do attack crit leaderboards. So, anyways, no Homo Raiden leaderboards, yeah, but like Homo Raiden's not as big a deal compared to other like statistics. It doesn't like necessarily fundamentally change things. It matters, to be clear, I think, because I don't think Raiden has a crit leaderboard, but or a crit damage weapon leaderboard at all is the bigger problem, probably, right? So Genshin finally showed Mooncarver, Mountain Shaper, human forms in game. Oh, nice. Oh wait, yeah, they did show it last year. I forgot. Where YouTube chat at? It didn't refresh for a second. Sorry. But anyways, you select on Lania. You're proud of me. Of course I am. Yes, it's the only viable choice. But yeah, no Skyward Spine. The Inefa leaderboards. I don't know. She's a diverse character for like the kinds of different things you can do with her. So I don't really blame the Akasha creator for the choices they made, but not having Staff of Scarlet Sands with how significantly it forces a build change, like you just literally can't. If you're using Staff of Scarlet Sands on an Inefa, which you can strongly consider, it's a little awkward, to be clear. Like, I don't love it, I don't love it on her on a gameplay level for some teams because like for my Dia team, for example, with Dia, Ino, and Effa, I quite like that team. If I want to use it on her, it's like kind of annoying to keep max stacks.
Accelerating.
It's not impossible, but it's a little tricky and a little punishing. And if you don't keep max stacks, that kind of changes the balance of things. Isn't Sauce her second best weapon? I believe so, yes. I believe Staff of Scarlet's Hands is literally her second best weapon. Again, when built actually around it properly and when you have max stacks, which you can maintain. It's just, again, a little tricky. So it's like not a strong recommendation for me necessarily. Like I didn't even use it on her before the new artifact set, and I got these really good artifacts. But now that I got artifacts that are perfect for it, I really like using it on her. And I'm using a team right now where I'm trying to min-max Columbinas and Ineffa's damage specifically. That the whole point of this is to use Raiden as a driver to min-max the hell out of Ineffa and Columbina damage. And this absolutely makes sense. And in this team, it's quite easy to keep up max stacks. And if I don't have max stacks, it's a skill issue on my part for sure. And it's not very punishing. Xiangling C6 or Xingqiu C6? Most of the time, Xingqiu C6 is much more relevant to have in an account today, and probably into the future. Anyways, okay. Enough yapping. No Columbina crazy improved flower today. It's fine. It's fine. Polearms Theater next? Yes. Yes. Alright. Free C2 Lanyon doesn't fulfill my greed for poles. What? Drink water. Where's my water bottle? Water bottle's right there. Yes, we're going to Polearms Only Theater right now after we get a... Okay, it feels weird throwing this away. I don't care. Mineral, low roll. Frick this piece. Then the reason is to be clear. This frickin' strongbox keeps on pooping flower... It keeps on... Not flowers. It keeps on pooping feathers at me. It keeps on pooping double crit feathers in this set at me. I do not need them. I have too many. I have a basically perfect piece already. Like, technically a 4-line piece could be better. But, like, I do not need those. It's annoying me. It keeps on giving me only feathers when I could literally every other slot in the burning set I could actually get improvements on and would appreciate it giving me just double crit pieces for any other slot, just in general. Like, if that was a flower, I'd be really happy to get a double crit flower with 4-line like that. It was sick. But no, I've gotten, like, I'm not kidding. I think I've gotten, like, 8 feathers like that. I'm just sick of, like, even bothering leveling them up. And if it's minerals in 3-line, frick that piece. Anyways, normally I would not throw that kind of piece away, though. I'm just annoyed with this set. Anyways, Bramp. Walk out. Lanyon C4 relevant in melt teams, especially for Arlecchino. The problem with Lanyon C4 is you have to burst. And building Lanyon to burst every rotation when she's solo Animo, if you're using her for Arlecchino, you're probably using Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. And also that Animo can potentially interfere with your setups, or it could help with setups actually, I don't know. Maybe erasing the Pyro Ore is good. But I suspect most of the time for Melt Arlecchino, like I have, whenever I've tried to make Melt Arlecchino work with an Animo unit, I haven't particularly found it super viable unless I'm using an Animo unit that themselves is infusing cryo. Like Lynette, for example, with Melt Arlecchino, I think it's pretty good. I think Yehoda actually might be theoretically pretty good too, although Yehoda's rotation extension seems kind of ass. So no, like in theory yes, but in practice no. I think is my vibe. I think it is a struggle to make Animos in general work with Melt Arlecchino. I would prefer Animos for non-Melt Arlecchino, generally speaking. Yeah, a double cry rather than solo Animo. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a struggle. You can theoretically get bigger numbers, but it's just too much pain to get a good enough setup going consistently. And I think adding a burst from Lanyon into the mix just makes things even harder, especially with the build difficulty for TDDS with solo Animo. Being a new set buff applied to the whole team. If it was a whole team, it would be an extremely... if the Bina artifact... Well, that would make... Okay, so if the Bina artifact set was whole team, it would 100% make the Bina artifact set way better on her than any other artifact set. My god. It would be a stupid artifact set. Like it's literally it would be the equivalent of 4 non-cry damage, hundreds of EM for everyone on the team. Like I think it's the equivalent of like 400 EM for Columbina guy, I think, and an Efa. I don't remember the exact number. How much damage bonuses it give? I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot of EM functionally. Like it's more than Bina's burst, no? I thought it was. Wait, no. Is it the same as Bina's burst? I thought it was 50 or 60%. Either way, yes. If it was full team, it would be like adding an additional Columbina burst, and that would definitely make the artifact set just always better. And that'd be fine on some levels, but also on how things are currently balanced level, that would make it so that lunar teams go from, you know, being equivalent to the other good team options in the game, or other strongest team options, not good. There's plenty of good team options, to being substantially better, and that would be a problem on a balance level. So, anyways, you only need C1 to DPS Onion, correct? Wow. All right. I'm only farming this set because I don't want to farm the new set on this account while I'm farming on polearms only. or sorry, while I'm farming on my main account. And I have a microcosm of a chance to get a perfect Flynn circlet. That's the only thing I want. I just want to perfect his circlet. I could also get a better onside goblet, which would be really nice. That would allow me to probably use a perfect circlet. So, you know. But I'm definitely not going to craft an onside goblet. It's not worth it. I have I have good enough combination of artifacts that I can use a really, really good offside goblet that it's not worth crafting an onside goblet. But someday I will get Flynn's on the perfect build. He feels quite close, but also quite far at the same time for me right now.
Close your eyes.
The fact that we can use Flynn's in this current theater is kind of weird. What does that do for me? I don't know. How many characters do we have? Okay, so we have... Wait, is there any polearm characters in the starting cast? Shoot. Wait, Xiangling was in the starting cast. Okay. That's kind of bad on one level, but that's only bad on the what difficulty I can challenge. Gosh, I don't really want to do the hex ride things. I'm gonna have to at some point to get rid of the stupid exclamation points. The 1, 2, wait, filter.
Silly churl, Billy
Pyro.
churl,
Should I?
Billy hilly churl.
We'll go see what difficulty we could do. I just realized for theater purposes, this is yet another reason not to pull Eat Lua. I can just borrow somebody else's Eat Lua for theater. Like, theater is where he would have been valuable, and I can just borrow him. Right? Anyways, Pyro... That's, nope, Hydro, Geo... And we do have Flynn's available, because Flynn and an Efa. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12. And Yunjin, or Xiangling's a starting character. And we have you as a DPS, you as a DPS, you as a DPS, but you're not actually that good if we don't have certain other things. Same with you, which is a problem. Like, unironically, theater is why I was tempted to try to get C2 and Efa, and I'm still tempted, but it feels dumb. It feels dumb to try to get C2 and Efa. Like, I don't really want to, like, I feel like getting C2 and Efa, all they have to do is, like, you know, if after the Varka patch they release a polearm 5-star, and then I wasted all my resources getting C2 and Efa, when I could have save my resources. Like, I don't want to have to start. I don't want to have to start spending money. It's nice not having to spend any money, right? I I haven't even done Welkins the last few months. If I had been doing Welkins, I'd probably have like at least twice the Primogems right now. But I didn't feel like it, and it's nice. It's nice having polearms only be completely free to play at the moment. Not free to play over history, just at the moment. So I don't know. I don't know, but Inefa would be much more compelling in this theater if I had C2 Inefa. That's for sure. We constantly run into we only have Candace for enabling Hydro things. Quick 10 pull? No, I am at pity, Buzzsaw. If I do a quick 10 pull, I already did my quick 10 pull for the chance. Like I was willing to, I was interested enough in Inefa that I was willing to risk my pity for it. And like if I had gotten in early, I would have been like, all right, cool. Get in early Inefa. Let's see if I can get a guarantee. I'm at pity. Like this would not be a quick 10 pull. Ooh, wow, an early. No, this would be a quick 1 pull, get an FSC1 immediately. So, oh, I need to, crap. Oh, of course, that's an annoying location. Get it twisted. What if, yeah. I mean, yeah, clearly I should do a 10 pull and I'll get C1 Inefa and C2 Inefa in one 10 pull. I mean, look, if you could predict the future and tell me that was going to happen for sure, I would absolutely say I'm down. Why am I collecting sparkle spots? Go over here. Yeah. Can't get Eat Lua without getting Zibai or Nefa beforehand. Pretty much. And the reason I did that in the first place was because I didn't have 70 pity at the start of the banner, but I had a little bit of pity and I had a guarantee. And I was like, I really didn't want to, because when we you know, learned that Inefa was not going to be with Eat Lua, I really didn't want to, at minimum, I didn't want to risk losing my guarantee that I would really like to save for a C6 Raiden or a new character, obviously. I really didn't want to lose that in going for Eat Lua when Eat Lua is basically useless for the account. Like, as I mentioned, he's useful for theater. Potentially. But not that useful. Like, rarely useful for theater. And... and even if he is, I can just borrow him. So, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense to pull Eat Lua on this account. It feels wrong not to try to purposely, just on a symbolic level, not to try to get every polearm character, but like, what am I supposed to do when they designed him the way they did, yo? Like, I don't know what to tell you. So, yeah. Shame on you for exploration. What? Why? Frick you.
Observe. Be silent.
What? I'm supposed to spend 10,000 years exploring the same thing I've already done on another account on this account? Why? For what purpose? What do I need right now? What do I need right now on this account? For the love of the game, I'll play on my damn main account. The only things I have to do on my main account. All Sumeru, I'll do it on my main account. If I want to explore, I'll do it on my main account, not this account. This account I would explore if I had a reason to explore for trying to get resources for something. Why would I do that? Why would I, like for the love of the game, you're asking me to like play the same content I've already played multiple times with no goal for it, no reason to do it, no strong desire to do it. Like there's plenty of exploration I can have fun with my main account. Like, it's not for the love of the game. You're asking me to enjoy the game less if you're trying to force me to like explore on the symbolic level of like completing exploration percent on my alternative account. Exploration give fragiles for artifact rolls? They don't matter. Like my artifact quality on this account is high enough. I've invested enough in every single one of the builds enough to the degree that like there's no real improvement that is gained from having more resin. Like I could stop playing this account for 3 months, not spend a single resin, as long as new polearm units aren't releasing, it won't matter. Like the reason I continue playing is because, and logging and doing dailies is because I do want to slowly accrue resources, because I do enjoy continuing playing on this account. I know I'm being rage baited. I'm aware.
Thank you for
No. Like, if you are asking me to spend, like, 5 times... Like, you're asking me to spend as much, like, 5 times as much. For the sake of, like, engaging with your argument. If I spend, like, 5 times the amount of time in this account, it will just make me want to quit polearms only entirely. That's literally all it would do. I would not want to play on this account if I had to commit more time than I do to it. So, anyways. I meant it ironically. That I kind of figured, but you know, I didn't have any tone, so I was just arguing for the sake of why not. Anyways, how about gauge baited instead? What? What does that mean, aggro? Will you pull Varka's polearm? I mean, if Varka becomes a polearm unit, sure. I'll pull Varka's polearm. Do you log in here every day? Yeah, because it takes like 5 minutes. It takes slightly longer when I yap, but it takes like 5 minutes to go do 2 seconds of artifacts. Once in every 7 years, I get an artifact that, well, or if there's a new artifact on my own farming, it takes a little longer. But once in every 7 years, I get a new artifact, and then I spend a little bit of time in theater and Stygian, whatever, and Abyss when that resets. But for the most part, this account I only play on it when I want to play on it, and then very, very low commitment daily stuff, and that's why I continue with it. So, I'd pull Varka's polearm. Oh, I see. So we can definitely do Visionary. Like, full clearing Visionary should be very, very doable. Oh wait, we don't start with Xiangling. We start with Yunjin. That's a pain in the ass. Yunjin's a good one to start with, though. C6 Flins in the future? Honestly, no. I don't dislike Flins. I somewhat regret going for his C3. I got lucky getting his cons, to be clear. Yeah, we got very lucky. But I shouldn't have gone for C3 because he's too reliant on specific teammates to have the versatility that's necessary for him to be truly strong. Like, C6 Arlecchino was very worth it on this account. It was genuinely worth it. But Flynn's is so damn restrictive. Like, Ascendant Gleam plus needing Hydro completely cooks his versatility for actually being able to adapt to things. And his C6 doesn't do anything. It just makes him do more damage. I don't need him to do more damage at this point. Right? I need more teams. I need more teammates for him. So Yunjin gets her own buff, insane Crescent Pike value. Wait, does Yunjin's... No, Yunjin's buff doesn't apply to Crescent Pike itself. I don't think we use Crescent Pike. That's a funny idea. So you know Varka? What? Elu is only, yeah. Find someone that loaned an account for Zibai. I did find someone. They are a little bit of a higher investment player though. Like they have Columbina C2. So on Tuesday, I'll probably log into their account. I forgot to ask what region they were. I'll have to message them. That matters because if they're NA, I have to wait longer. But I would like in the daytime to have like an EU account or a Asia server account that got Zibai, so I can play around with her a little bit. I can practice some things. First time I failed to do theater because I thought C6 Tarteg is good. I mean, I feel like C6 star tag should be completely fine in theater, but no one character carries you through theater. It's just not how the game mode works. So, sorry. So, anyways, like, it'd be kind of cool to try to do lunar again. Oh, I forgot I only... Oh yeah, no, I did a full lunar clear, but I only 6-starred that one, yeah. And like, this one was definitely doable to get more than 6 stars in this lunar difficulty, but gave up. I have to level 3 damn characters for this, yo. Buy that. Oh, I forgot to look at the poses. No, we don't buy. We can go back to my main account, but we don't buy non-polar characters in this account. That's sacrilegious. Also need advice on the lunar floors, what we can use realistically. Theater doesn't work in a way that I recommend you prioritize particular teams for things. It's more understanding the buffs that are going on, understanding character kits, understanding that you would like to, you know, save this character for having this, like focus on two unit pairings, maybe 3 unit pairings sometimes, rather than full teams being available, to be clear. Like, you shouldn't over prioritize saving a full team for a particular chamber, but saving 2 combos, or like a pairing of 2 characters for a particular chamber, can make a lot of sense. Either just for your own personal fun or for strategically. Like that's how like polearms only works. Like I if you really want to see polar like theater being pushed to its limits, I do advise you can watch and probably learn from the strategies of like thinking of my yapping about my process of thinking about what kinds of characters I save for where, and how I can utilize... Okay, the buffs I don't end up utilizing in polearms only very often because I'm so limited by characters that oftentimes the buffs don't end up doing anything. But they still sometimes do something. And like in this theater, I actually think the buffs probably do matter. But like it's a weird puzzle to figure out because I can only use my polearm characters. So when I only have like 12 characters available and there's 12 total chambers to do, I don't remember how many characters I had for the previous theater, but like, and to be clear, we got I think we were like, in the middle of this theater, I got very doomy and a little bit annoyed at certain things. In this attempt, the one that actually, the 12-star lunar clear, and I wish it had like a better detail screen, but anyways, I only use polearm characters to do this, right? And you should not use only polearm characters, but the things you can learn from it is that you can really push the limits of what you have, but just like taking advantage of the buffs available and just characters applying elements off field, and then whatever on fielders you have, and oftentimes just making sure you have energy up is more important. Yes, it definitely rewards more in sub DPS supports for sure, I would say. And that is part of the design of theater, I think, on purpose. So yeah, and just having your characters equipped to make sure that characters that need to burst can burst, even in scenarios where they're like the only character. Like if you're using solo Pyro Xiangling, you know, she needs a shite ton of energy, but like she needs to be able to burst, and she might be the key to like clearing a particular chamber for you potentially, and then therefore recognizing that ahead of time and purposely nerfing her damage in favor of just making her be able to burst, because she's not doing any damage without bursting, and she's not applying any pyro. She's not, well, she has, well, but she's not applying much pyro, not fueling much of the buffs going on potentially, and the buffs will make up for the fact that you made her build worse too and whatever. So anyways, if you have a normal account versus polearms, only the main difference in trying to optimize your clear, if you're struggling, if you have the like you're able to challenge a difficulty at all, and at least the character's leveled up and they have equipment, I think there's a lot more optimization potentially around the buffs and getting certain characters available at certain times. And being smart with foddering certain characters. Like, that's something that Polearms only has to work around too. But anyways, I think, I don't know. I already did the lunar clear. It was very difficult. Unless it's particularly fun to do visionary, I don't think it's worth leveling up 3 more characters for this. It is fun, but man, that's just a waste of resources. And I'd have to... Who would I even level? I don't even know. Let's check. Okay, you know what? Sanity check. What units would I even level? So, wait, okay, so, wait, who was... Ah, frick, who was the cast? So we level Ino, she was not a selected one. Gaming was one of the selected ones, so don't level him. I don't think Ningguang, yeah, no, Ningguang wasn't, so we could level Ningguang. Ino. Was Noelle a pre-selected one or not? I don't think so. She was not starting cast. I was Lunar Most Luna. Hi, Escobar. Sorry. Hello. Are you looking at Twitch chat? I look at both. It was good. I think this is a not too difficult a theater with Pyro being available in my opinion, but right now I'm trying to factor in how worth it is for me to level some characters for Polearms only. Not to use them, I just have to level them to be able to challenge them out at all. The Escobar? Yeah. Do you play theater regularly? I'm curious. I feel like your account obviously should just steamroll whether or not you even want to. Like, I think if any account struggles to have fun in theater, it's Giga Whale accounts. Because if you have so many constellations on 5 stars that you can't even power down your characters, they would just steamroll. I only record theater on first day or two, that's it, yeah. I don't really replay theater, but theater, like, you know, as a once per month mode, tends to be pretty fun for me. And then Polearms only is just a weird puzzle to figure out. I don't know. Like, obviously, I do have 3 characters here that I could level, but because Goro is not, I don't remember if Noelle was. It's not worth it. It's not worth the reason. It's so dumb to have to spend resources just to challenge them out. I already did a lunar clear. It would be cool to do 2 in a row, and it might be possible to do 2 full clears in a row. Like, because it's one thing to do it once, right? It's one thing to do it once, like when we, you know, cleared Visionary. Obviously, there's a bunch of Visionaries here I didn't bother getting 10 stars on. But like, it's like, yeah, you can do, I could do Visionary mode with 10 stars once. Oh, but I did it again, right? It's much more impressive to do it multiple times than it is to just do it once. But this one had such a significant advantage because we had Electro. I don't know. Why do it twice? What do you mean why do it twice? We're not doing the same lunar one twice. This is a different theater. It's a new month. That was the previous theater that I did. The point of doing it twice is just, like, yes, not only can Polearms only do a theater, we can do theater in general. Till Elite Lula comes out, you can use him as a support character. I mean, that would be 1 of 3 characters. I'd still need to level at least 2. I mean, well, at least 3. He's a character, they need to be leveled. But yeah. Sylveon C6 level 108 Lua. I mean, yes. Again, I could. Which is part of the reason to potentially wait. Oh yeah, you're EU. Never mind, I can't. We always forget. Yep. Freaking stupid ass region locking. Yeah, we go through it every time. Alright, let's just see what happens in the start here. I'm not gonna, I don't, like, it's very easy to, like, engage with the puzzle that is theater, and for things to get pretty complicated. I could go look through builds, I could go tweak a lot of things to try to optimize this down. I'm gonna simplify things for us. Geo character to start, and we're just gonna attempt it and see what the hell happens. Be lazy. Oh. We only have Yunjin to start, so this is kind of a troll start. Thanks.
I won't hold you back. Much.
Well, we might be resetting immediately. No, I have 170. Okay. Unironically, so, well, I mean, Shevers is good. She could, like, be really good. Shevers plus Hu Tao could be enough to clear a chamber, kind of thing. So I guess solo Xiangling.
I can't wait any longer!
I got you, boss.
Which one's better? Probably Ruin Guard is easiest, not with solo Yunjin it ain't. Which is what we originally were looking at. Not leveling characters for polearms, what are you doing with the resin? We're using it for artifacts to improve builds. To be clear, the chance of getting improved artifacts is not that high, but I don't know. Look, I really, really, really dislike that theater forces you to level up characters, because I think theater requiring you to have characters is fine, because that's how the game mode fundamentally works in a way that you need to have characters. Like, the total number of characters requirement for how the game mode works is actually not the problem. I think it's the problem is that you need to level them up, because you don't actually need to have them leveled to clear, and you don't even need to have them leveled for them to do something useful, because character kits, even at level 20, level 40, can do very useful things in theater. They can just apply their element, kind of thing, right? So I hate that, and then I also just symbolically hate the fact that, you know, I'm leveling characters on a polearm only account just for this end game mode, again, when I'm not using them at all. It just feels bad. And, like, if I don't know that I'm actually going to clear on lunar difficulty, and I don't know that I actually care that much, why am I bothering? Why? Like, it's just feels bad. But yes, like, it is probably technically better to just level every character I have in this account for theater to level 70, right? And then I could consistently just challenge lunar mode. Swap the Miliastra MC element? No. I refuse. Also, you can't, that literally doesn't matter, you can't use them. I know I'm not allowed to swap Traveler, because my rule for the Natlan story completion forcibly, this is actually really annoying. The Natlan story completion forcibly changed my Traveler to Pyro without Traveler ever being active. They get changed from whatever their current element is to Pyro in the story completion. And that removed an animo character that I had for theater. And I'm not allowed to switch them, because from the moment I was able to, I got Rosaria and I was able to leave only polearm characters on field, unless utterly necessary, because, like, game progression has worked, which has happened, like, I think twice we had to. Once for the archery quest early on, which nowadays, if I have the polearm characters I have available now, I think the archery quest would be solvable without doing that, but I didn't back then, and I was stuck in it for progression. And then there was another quest that locked out parts of the game that could have been avoided, because it was an optional Zhongli story quest that broke things. and wouldn't be a problem nowadays because Kachina exists for free. Again, so both instances of times when I had to break the rules of polearms only, which was that if I do not have to have a non-polearm character active, I can't, right? If I have the ability to have only a polearm character, I will use only a polearm character, right? But if it's an event that, you know, to get Primogems I have to use non-polearms, I'll use non-polearms to clear the event for the Primogems, right? Because there's events that literally will only like restrict the characters you can have, kind of thing. Why is MC level 80? There was a reason for it. I forgot what it is. Does anyone remember why? There was some weird arbitrary ass reason that annoyed me. I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was an event. It was a freaking event. There was an event. There was a theater-like event for a requirement of having characters. I don't remember what event. It was last year sometime. There was a freaking event that required your characters be freaking level 80. And I needed one character level 80 to be able to challenge the highest difficulty of it. And that was like, it was actually like a fun event too. But they put some dumbass arbitrary level 80 restriction on it. It pissed me off. So yeah, they had that. That's why the Traveler is level 80. Yeah, I remember. Yep. So dumb. Anyways, sorry. Why did I even start talking about here? I don't know. Let's just see what happens with. I actually think this strat. I think we use Shungling early. Yunjin is not useless, but assuming one problem they have caused with the theater since version 6.0 is they simplified theater in that like each chamber I think only has like 2 or at most 3 options. Now there's a lot less variety, and less variety actually means there's less options for doing things like clearing chamber 1 with solo or act 1 with solo Yunjin. That used to be so much more doable in the past. It's not anywhere near as doable anymore. So it's made things a lot more tricky. Oops, I'm out skipping. Yeah, we'll see if Shungling even clear this. We do have Fab, right? Yeah. Okay, good. Shungling is unfortunately not very good at solo clearing in theater. She's very good at theater in general, but not necessarily solo. But she can be a key component for certain chambers. We have like Pyro Slimes later. We don't have like a weird Hydro Slime chamber this time around, so... Okay, that took way too long. Bruh, am I gonna have to use Yunjin and Shungling for the start? Maybe. We'll get our energy back. Die, please. Alright, try to get the pepper. Okay. Oh my gosh. Should I just give up on the stars immediately? Should I just give up on the stars immediately? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I had my fun with polearms only theater last patch. How much sanity do I want to lose today? How much sanity do I want to lose today? Man, we could look. We could spend the next 2 hours doing factory management, or we could spend the next 2 hours. I don't see you doing the Kukusar with polearms only and the star. Someone hasn't. You know how many times? You know how many times the Kukusar has been in theater? Oh wait, I can't show you the thing right now. God damn it. Okay, well. Whatever. It's on my channel. I've dealt with the Kukasaur consistently. The Kukasaur is not the problem. Like basically ever. You underestimate the goat that is Candace. I literally showed it earlier in this stream. Candace is on her. Not only is Candace able to deal with it, Candace is one of the better. She's one of the better characters to deal with the Kukasaur, just generically. But no, people perceive characters as bad characters and good characters, and if they're conceived of as bad characters, they clearly are bad, and they can't ever be used everywhere, anywhere. But anyways, theater is a context that if you're aware of what characters kits like do, you can get a lot of utility out of many characters that people normally conceive of as not very useful, and if you detach yourself from the I must always play best teams, and if a character doesn't have best in slot team, they are bad character kind of mindset. Theater kind of forces engagement with the gameplay's mechanics that, and like in many ways, like theater, if your account is not like invested like my main account is, where it's obviously pretty easy to clear. Theater can be one of the trickiest like knowledge checks and like mechanical awareness checks in the game. It can constantly throw situations at you that when you're using when you have a terrible selection of characters that like have weird synergy together in conjunction with awareness of like what the buffs do. I don't know. You'd be surprised how much you can push the limits of characters that are perceived of as not good in this game mode. I'm pretty sure Shantling can solo this. I mean, she can definitely solo without getting the star. Stars are so since they made the changes to some things like the defense monolith and less variety in general. It's a lot harder to get stars than it used to be on theater on polearms only. You gotta pick up the pepper. I'm aware. The pepper is the strat, but keep in mind the pepper is not gonna make that much of a difference, and I also have to wait to pick up the pepper until the next burst rotation. Have you seen the hitbox update in Miliastra Test Lab map? No, I haven't. Now I know which attack is the fastest for Noel to spam Lunar Crystallize. Nice. What is it? I mean, it depends on hitbox, I think, to be clear, for the boss. Like, if it's a boss versus a small enemy. My intuition is that it should be bigger hitbox enemies. Charge attack should be better. And smaller hitboxes, I'm pretty sure N2 dash is better. Or N3, maybe. N2, or I think it's N2. Charge attack is the biggest attack and fastest attack? Oh, okay. Is it just better? Whenever I've tried it in practice, including on the damage dummy, I just haven't seen a meaningful damage gain from charge attacks. And I know people like doing... What am I waiting for so long? I know people like doing spin to win. I find spin to win feels like ass. Personally. 3 NA better for damage? Okay, that's probably why. Yeah. When they first did, when they first did stars with the rewards, it wasn't even that problematic. It's just been hard since they did lunar mode, because they just kind of changed theater in general to be a little trickier. No, I went the wrong direction. Pick up the pepper now. Bro, die. Bro! Okay, you... Gonna rotate. Dude, this dude, he wastes so much time. We're all the frick way over here. Xiangling, you need to crit. You have You have over 70% crit rate, if I recall. How are you missing 18 crits? How do you decide whether you want cons on a character in polearms only? I mean, I don't have the ability to see the future. In hindsight, again, like as I mentioned before, something like Flynn's cons are not as worthwhile. Like I think some of them were worthwhile, to be clear, for moving towards my goal of hopefully being able to clear dire difficulty in the future. But I don't think that's a necessary thing to prioritize on a generic level, and like they weren't necessary at all for, well, I shouldn't say they weren't necessary at all for clearing Fearless. Like it would have been a lot trickier to, well, it would have been that tricky. I could have had a lower con Flynn's and definitely, what? I could have had a lower con Flynn's and definitely cleared Fearless difficulty in this current Stygian without it, but I don't know. It's basically just certain, like Chevr's C6. I don't know. I just have game knowledge. I don't know what to tell you, and like I can tell like based on the characters available, and then like certain things of certain cons, like relative to like the content that and the characters' mechanics. Like I didn't know that Arlecchino C6 was going to be as valuable as it was for Stygian. But the side effect of Arlecchino being made to be a pretty versatile character, and her C6 making her quite strong, and Stygian really rewarding characters that can adapt to different team contexts to be able to kill the bosses, means like C6 Arlecchino is really, 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 really good for Stygian. So and being able to clear, even including clear bosses at dire difficulty. Like I can pretty consistently clear 2 out of 3 bosses at dire difficulty quite often at this point. But then it just comes down to the third one. The third one always ends up having one of the bosses ends up having some conjunction mechanics that's so restrictive that it just hooks things entirely. Generally speaking. It's not quite the case with the current one per se. It's more like it's again the conjunction of factors as always. I'm just gonna use Yunjin. Free me from this. But anyways, like other constellations on this count though, honestly, like as far as like 5-star constellations, Raiden's constellations I do think are very relevant, particularly up to C3. Like the strongest teams in this account are Arlecchino, or just Arlecchino teams in general. And then Raiden Overload is quite good, but kind of the hyper carry Raiden basically to perform up to par basically requires having her cons, and it's for it to actually be one of the best teams in the account, it needs a heavy investment into her build. Really wants Engulfing Lightning for Stygian at least, and really only works with like Shivers, to be clear. And the strong cons of Shivers, like Shivers C6, Eon's on C6, important constellations for the account. And then like C2 Raiden is obviously the difference maker enough that she becomes actually one of the best teams in the account versus just being a useful, versatile unit for off-field utility and some on-field utility kind of thing. Emily does a lot. Yeah, Emily is very good. Emily cons have definitely mattered sometimes, more than I would have expected. But they aren't always useful. It's just kind of, she's definitely in it depends on the enemy mechanics category. Here, just remove you. So, yeah. After Raiden, you save the next polearm and C2 R1 them. I mean, depends what my resources are. If I'm not buying any Welkins, quite frankly, it's unlikely I'll be able to C2 R1 them. But it's likely that I should have waited to do that, shouldn't I? Okay. I don't have. What do I? Oh no, not the Dragon's Bane Yunjin. We're on J, but what? I should probably reset to fix that. Oh man. I think I'm just. I don't know. I like doing theater and poems only. I don't know if I'm in the mood for it today. I don't know if I'm in the mood for this today, guys. I'm sorry. I thought I was. But I think I'm more in a lazy mood today of just having a relaxing time. I don't think this theater is a relaxing time for the account. Okay. Let's pause. Lohan could be interesting, yeah. Anyways, what normally happens on Polearms Only is when I hear about a new character coming out, I'm like, okay, time to restart the Welkins. So I'll have like a month and a half at minimum of Welkin going before a new character. So like, let's assume that Raiden and like Lohan's a Polearm main DPS or whatever, and Raiden releases, or Raiden releases, reruns alongside them. I probably just throw my guarantee on Raiden C6, get that because I want it. Or, well, throw my guarantee on one of them, it doesn't matter. 6 of one, half a dozen the other. If my plan is to get both, right? And then we go from there. And like, being that I already am at pity, that would basically mean if I need to get 2 5-stars in a weapon, I need to get 150 pulls on top of what I currently, or top of being at pity right now. So, at minimum, like ideally 200 to 300 to guarantee like C0 R1 and have a chance of constellations. And like right now I don't have that many pulls, but like rest of this patch, the rest of the next patch, and factoring in having a Welkin going, because I know ahead of time they have a polearm character coming out, factoring in this, I'd probably have at least 200 pulls and be able to guarantee like C6 Raiden, C0 Lohan, and have a good chance at getting weapon, whatever, right? But not guaranteed necessarily. Like, things could go poorly if I get unlucky. That's my vibe of what my most likely the state of the count currently is, if there's a polearm unit releasing after Varka's patch, for example. So, yep. Wait for Ilua and do it after. Yeah, I think I might just want to wait for someone that I can borrow and eat Lua for. Maybe that's the main argument I can have, and then I'll hopefully just be in the mood and I can do a dedicated stream just to polearms only again, and that's fine. And performance. Second engulfing. I don't actually know if a second engulfing would be that needed. It'd be nice to have for Xiangling, but also not like necessarily a 100% gain. I don't know. It's definitely a nice to have, not a need to have. I would very much appreciate it if they did double polearm banner though. If they did double polearm with like new polearm 5-star and Raiden at the same time, I would appreciate that. There's a non-zero chance that happens with the upcoming Raiden rerun. So yeah, hybrid Raiden better with a Nefa Columbina now than with Dendro? Probably, yeah. I haven't done a DPS calc myself or a check of it in my own account, but the answer is probably yes. It's probably better, but you will get less Raiden damage, and it's therefore not satisfying. And I don't personally see the fucking point of playing hybrid Raiden if I'm sacrificing a bunch of Raiden talent damage. Like, if I'm sacrificing a bunch of Raiden talent damage, then it's just better to just do full ass like EM reaction trigger Raiden, right? That's my vibe. Like, the whole point of doing hybrid Raiden is to find that balance of units that can, you know, do stuff for off-field but also buff Raiden. And Llama's an interesting option because she's a catalyst unit that can give like TTDS and do her bloom buffs. So like, I don't hate Llama as an option. Llama is cool as for hybrid Raiden. But if we're talking doing Llama, Columbina, and Nefa hybrid Raiden, like at that point, like it's not that there's zero synergy there for Raiden refunding the burst and everything. It's cool, but building Raiden for talent damage ceases to matter in that team, right? Is my opinion. So, yeah. How do you feel about Varka's kit? He's my dookie boy. I embrace the Duke. Okay? I embrace the Duke man. He's going to perform... For the investment I am willing to put into him, he will perform worse than my Lanyon, I'm pretty sure. Or at best... No, okay. In the same team context, I think he's going to perform similar to my Lanyon. Maybe a little bit better if I get good with his combos. But what I don't care about him for his ability to compete with my Lanyon and be played in this boring mono pyro team. I care about doing some shenanigans with him, and I think he's going to be a really fun shenanigans character. And this is why I think he should be standard banner free, because I think even if he is standard banner, and he'd be a bad character, because like he has enough requirements to fulfill in his kit that he's not like a generically valuable character, and like anyway, but I don't care. I don't need him to up. I don't need all characters to uplift the power level of my account. I think he is the most Dia-like character we gotten in a while, in that he's not a very good carry. And unlike Dia, to be clear, a big part of what makes Dia unique and special is that she is not just a carry, and she wasn't designed to be just a carry. She's designed to be this weird mix of a unit that can do some on-field damage, but does off-field utility, not just with application, but also just supportive utility. And like Dia's ability to tank is actually surprisingly good. So Varka is just a DPS, and I don't know, his shenanigan teams are not going to be good. They're not going to be very good up to the standards of current like teams, but up to my standards of just being able to have fun like clearing Abyss with him and turn him into an Electro, Aggravate, Thundering Fury, do as many skills as possible even if it's not ideal. I don't know, that's just fun. That's just fun. It's just I do wish his fun teams perform better, because if his best team performed better, his fun teams would perform better too, right? Like I would prefer if his fun teams, for how difficult Abyss is at this point, I would prefer if his fun teams were like, you know, if Thundering Fury Aggravate Varka was like 80k DPS. That's my vibe. Varka shield boss reduces anima res, and his Abyss gives anima damage percent because he mostly does elemental damage. I actually just think whoever's designing Varka, or whoever's in charge of balancing him, doesn't understand. Look, I think there's different team members that work on different characters at different times of the year at Hoyoverse, and I think the person that is tasked to work on the Lantern Ray character is probably not the dev that understands the game's mechanics. Like, we need to be aware of the pattern of how often like developers make video games, and the players end up understanding the game's mechanics better than the developers. To be clear, I'm sure there's some Genshin devs that understand their game mechanics really, really well, and they probably understand some specifics of like the reason they implemented certain things the way they did. It's very possible. It's just, you know, the reason like the Abyss buffs Animo is because like whatever people are designing Varka, and whatever person is in charge of like designing what balance of Animo damage versus non-Animo damage Varka has, and then the team that is responsible, or the one person that's probably responsible for deciding what the Abyss is going to be or whatever, at Hoyover, at the Genshin team, is probably like, hey, dev team that's working on making new character, what's this character do? And then the team that is designing Varka just gives them an oversimplified, oh, this is a unit that's like made to do animo damage and another element of damage at the same time. His best team's gonna be with like Durin and whatever, so he's mostly meant to be doing pyro and animo damage. And that's what they told the one person that's like responsible for designing the Abyss. Because I would not be surprised if only one person is responsible for designing Abyss. And then they're like, okay. Then they throw animo damage bonus as a buff condition, kind of thing. Like, that's how those kinds of things can show up, I feel like, in game. Like, I don't think we need to overthink that too much. It's just, it's not necessarily incompetence, it's just like lack of it mattering enough for the developers to care in a way that matters. That's my vibe. But the Stygian boss confuses me a little bit more, I would say. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. That was communicated directly like that. Yes, I was giving in. I wasn't saying that's literally how it happened. You know, and they definitely have. I would hope. I hope they have some form of internal documentation of Varka is this. But honestly, I've worked with Hoyoverse. I know how they communicate things, at least when it gets translated to English. And I'm sure there's stuff that's lost in translation. But based on seeing how Hoyoverse describes their own character kits to content creators, I'm pretty sure a lot of detail is lost when they're like describing their character kits that they're designing in internal documentation as well. Like, I'm willing to bet their internal documentation for Varka is probably oversimplified in a way that led to that problem. I think, or potentially led to that problem. It's not necessarily the reason, but I just think that's the potential reason. Anyways, or they're just dumb. I don't know, but I think it's more likely to be a weird communication issue. Anyways, okay, I think I successfully demooted myself. Not on purpose, I don't know. I think we're just gonna wait till Eat Lua comes out, and then we'll at least be able to mess with him, and maybe that'll make me say, F it, I'll get Eat Lua. Probably not, but maybe. But if I get a C2 Eat Lua that I can use, he'll do off-field damage. He can do off-field damage, that'd be useful. That will be useful, I'm not even joking. The problem with it is, it's only useful if I have other sources of on-field geo damage happening, so I'd have to, like... The specific context in which C2 Eat Lua is useful in theater, on a generic level for is C2 doing, like, off-field triggers for keeping up stuff, is gonna necessitate having either Kachina or Zhongli on field, but this means, like, having a geo buff, so doing Kachina plus Eat Lua, plus... like the Pyro Geo Crystallized reaction buff, at least at level 2. And then any form of off-field Pyro. So like Toma, Kachina, Eat Lua probably clears a chamber. The problem is that's a 3-unit combo, and 3-unit combos clear a chamber is not very good. But it will potentially work. And that's an option we didn't have available before, and having a new option available that wasn't available before is something. But yeah, I think... for how niche that situation is, I think I can just use someone else's Eat Lua. I'll have to like specifically add someone to my friends list for it probably, because let's be real, not many people are gonna put Eat Lua as the as their friend character. Anyways, Hyperbloom Bar could be real. I mean, yeah. You can Hyperbloom Barca, but it's worse than just doing Benefa if you want to do Benefa. Or if you don't. You know, I think I'm just tired, by the way. I think it's part of the reason. Can we see what enemies there were? We can. So... did Theater first start with Visionary mode available? Does anyone remember when Visionary first started? I don't remember. Is Benefa still best in slot? I don't know. I'm not sure. It started with hard? Okay. So I did hard. Is that the one time I did normal mode? That's funny. Did hard, normal... I assume this is I mean, this is freaking 2 years ago at this point. It's crazy. The rest theater's been almost 2 years. Yeah, and then I did Visionary. I remember stars didn't... I don't remember when stars started to matter. I imagine... I think the first time stars mattered is when I did this one. Like, they didn't matter until about a year ago. And that's why we didn't really prioritize. And I think these theaters were a bit more fun for polearms only. Like, stars as a fun personal challenge to get with no stakes for them were a little bit better. But now it's like, oh, now there's more stakes. There's more stakes on the grill. Anyways, what is the first? How many Kuka sources there been? So, triple kinky. I like this sound, by the way. Sorry, it's a good UI sound. Anyways, nice little sparkle. 2 years. I don't think it's quite been 2 years because I think it was introduced in the summer. I think it'll be 2 years in like June. We're relatively close to being 2 years of theater, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah. So this will be the 20th theater. We are 4 months away from 2 years of theaters. So, anyways, so first visionary mode here. Oh yeah, because it was in the fall they introduced it, yeah. So this might have been the first visionary mode. I'm not sure if it was August, or sorry, if it was September or November the first one was available, but either way. Looks like that was the first Kukasaur. And we had another Kukasaur. And we had another Kukasaur. Another Kuka. I think Kukasaur is just the most common enemy in theater at this point. Maybe the Cube. You got Cube. The chicken was popular for a while. Crab. Another Cube. It's gotta be Kukasaur or Cube. Cube is definitely a lot more generic and more friendly. The Kenki. I don't think Kenki's been that common in theater, has it? I don't know. I don't feel like telling it up right now, but it is kind of interesting seeing. I've never looked at this before. It's interesting seeing the patterns and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Polearm Sunday has been such a. It's a kind of a crime that I haven't made a video about this. Like, I know this doesn't look that impressive because of like whatever the symbols aren't all purple and whatever the frick, but like. Every single time we've gone into theater where we had the characters available to challenge a particular mode, we've been able to clear with only polearm characters. And when they started doing stars, when they started doing star rewards in visionary mode, we were able to do that too. There were some I skipped because it wasn't worth trying to stress, but like I do recall like these ones being like also 9 stars if was it 9 stars or 8 stars for full rewards? I think 9 stars was full rewards. So like this one I think was purposeful, right? But when they started doing star rewards, if I recall, every single time I have not gotten full stars, I'm pretty sure I was very confident it was doable to get full stars, but like some mix of, would need ideal RNG, it's not worth the time to try to do. And that was even technically the case with this one. I think this lunar difficulty one from the first lunar difficulty theater that we tried was theoretically doable with freaking Cryo, Pyro, and Animo, which is insane. I think this one was theoretically doable, but if I recall correctly, it would have required some utterly bonkers good RNG from what I mapped out, and just obviously it wasn't worth it. It was not worth it, and that's why I waited for the next one to have a better chance. And this one still required some good RNG, but I don't think it required that good of RNG. So they keep reusing bosses. It feeling kind of boring because of it. Yeah. Like how long was it since the last Kukasaur? 4 months ago. And then they. What are the other enemies? I mean, there's new enemies this time though, right? Like Kukasaur, Golem, and they have 3 enemies are returning. Yeah. I don't know. It's not that big of a problem to have returning enemies. Like, familiarity is good for a lot of players. But... And the new enemy being 2 enemies for a boss is interesting. Like, spicing up the boss chamber is a good thing. In my opinion. But, I don't know. It does seem like they're going to do yearly changes to theater. Like, I think they do intend this game mode to... I don't know what's going to be next year, but... Because of the fact that they just release more characters over time, and they want this to be like one of the modes that just incentivizes you to continue building characters to some bare minimum level of investment. I think they will continue. It's part of the formula, and like theater, the longer your account goes on, like theater at lower difficulty or whatever difficulty, like eventually, if they never added any difficulty past lunar difficulty, for example. Eventually, you're going to get to the point where you can clear lunar difficulty. But like the point of theater, I think, is not just to like try to get people to spend money. I think the point of theater is, I think, to be this weird game mode where when it has, because a problem was happening before lunar mode released. A problem was happening in visionary mode on my main account in particular, where it'd be like, oh, you can select up to 20, what is it, 26 characters, 24 characters was the max, and I would have like 10 characters I couldn't use, right? And it was like, it was hard on my main account to figure out what characters I guess what characters do I not want to do any shenanigans with in this theater, right? And that's why I think they do need to actually introduce new difficulties to theater that have more units, and more units intended for the game mode and last longer, because there are more characters total in the game as a pool to select from. So if you have those units, it works with the whole point of this game mode being just like you have 3 elements and you have a smattering of a conjunction of these, and you got to try to piece them together as you progress through the mode. So I don't know. Theater is interesting. It can very well end up being boring depending on your account, but I don't know. I still maintain if you embrace the jank a little bit. You probably shouldn't do polearms only. I don't think most people would enjoy a polearm only theater. It is interesting that I can work though. I still think polearms only shows flaws. There's definitely design flaws in theater. It's a flawed mode, flawed game, whatever you want to call it. But it simultaneously shows its strengths and its weaknesses, I feel. I don't know. Anyways. Sometimes barely meet the criterion I've been playing since start. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I think every mechanism in the game in general is, to some degree or another, potentially sneakily tied into the monetization system. It's a side effect of it being a gacha. But at the same time, I don't think their intent with theater was actually that meant to make a ton of money. I really don't think it was. And I don't think very many people, I think barely anyone at all, ever spends a single dime for the purpose of theater, right? I think people okay. You know what's funny? Lua does is the game trying to tell me something? Lua does, his C2 counts as burst damage. It's trying to tell me something. Anyways, like, I spent $10 to get a constellation for a 4-star once because of theater. Like you felt like you needed that 4-star constellation for theater. Eat Lewis C2 is burst damage. Yeah, exactly. It's Microsoft rewards money. Oh, I see. So you didn't actually have to spend your real money. I would like it more as Hollow Zero than what it is right now. Oh, for sure. Like, I think Hoyoverse intended this to be like the Genshin roguelike mode, and I think it utterly fails on that. I think it utterly fails to be a roguelike mode, but it does succeed at being its own weird thing. And they should still add a roguelike mode. And it's one of the things I really hope becomes possible for real in Custom Combat and Melee Astra, but right now it can't because there's way too many limitations on what can actually be done. Mostly for the roguelike mode is actually like the only real problem with the roguelike mode idea to be workable in Melee Astra is just the fact that there's like no enemies. There's like no enemy selection. So there's other problems to be clear that could improve things, but anyways, dopamine out of getting a full season Arlecchino Vigor, yeah. Yeah, I don't have a need for the elixirs that badly on this account, so I don't really care about getting the stars for the rewards. It's just the symbolic level of things. I mean, technically not a dead stat for Elua. Okay. Alright, it's cooked. Never mind. They were making me think for a second. They were making me think for half a second the potential of Emblem Meat Lua on this account, and then they said no. They said no. It's a roguelike. Yeah. A game mode that feels like mini Hades. As a fan of roguelikes, it is somewhat of a pet. I mean, any roguelike fan, I think, has this nitpick, because Fans of roguelikes were fans of roguelikes before Hades. Well, that's not true. A lot of people got into roguelikes because of Hades. Hades is a really, really good game, okay? But there's many, many roguelikes that are really good and innovated on the formula before Hades came out, okay? So, I don't know. It's just funny that Hades is the default now. I'm just like, man. Binding of Isaac. Sorry. Balatro. Yeah. Balatro, Binding of Isaac. To some degree, there are roguelike elements in like Vampire Survivors type games are roguelikes-ish kind of thing. Also, there's roguelike and roguelite. I forget what the distinction is. I don't know. I guess you could say I'm a fake roguelike fan because of the fact that I don't know the distinction. I don't give a shit, honestly, about the distinction. I think it doesn't matter. They're both generalized terms, in my opinion, used to refer to games that have, like, resetting runs. Some of them have progression that carries over between runs, and some of them don't. I believe that's the main difference between roguelike and roguelites, is whether or not they have direct progression carrying over between runs. Hades does. Something like Binding of Isaac doesn't. Roguelikes don't full reset, yeah. So, like, that's the distinction. That distinction just doesn't matter in my opinion. They're the same baseline game on a fundamental idea level, and all the nuances therein matter far more than whatever. So yes, the name came from a game. Yes, correct. So anyways, FTL, yeah. Will you waste pity on Zibai here? No, I'm gonna waste pity on my main account. So man, I really, really wish I could just go into the creator server and test, because I really want to test. So, in theory, one thing I didn't even mention, so this happened on stream, so for YouTube. Someone on my Twitch stream the other day, I take a drink of water, they had the, I think this is Arnoline, I don't know if Arnoline's here right now. They were like, have you thought about what you can do with Zibai without Hydro? And I was like, my gut was like, why would you do that? She needs Hydro. And I was like, wait a minute. Does she have anything in her kit that technically needs Hydro, other than the fact that she generates more of her skill points for her skill, for like doing her skill activation, right? Because it's like Kanish, right? Where you have the Lunar Crystallize reaction going, she gets points for her skill. But does she actually need it? Because she has other sources of generating her points. She generates them passively over time, and she generates them just with her normal attacks. And I haven't watched her play Genshin since August. Oh well. You gotta take a break sometimes. But welcome back. Distinction also changes depending on how you ask. Yeah. So let me go. Let's see if we can. Is this gonna work? Do you want to work for once, OBS? No, it's still fucking. It still doesn't show it. Why? Oh, that was gross. Sorry. That was a weird burp. I don't even drink any carbonated drink. I don't know where that came from. But I want to share some of the findings we had with Zibai that I can't test anymore. I have to wait until Tuesday, but bro, why? Okay, how about, I fucking love when OBS is just, how is this a problem? I don't understand why this function doesn't work properly. This is by far the most frustrating aspect of OBS. I see nobody else talking about it for some reason, where it just doesn't find windows properly. I mean, this is why streamers just do desktop capture, actually. That's what I think. This is why you always see big streamers, just for their efficiency for their stream. They don't want to interrupt the flow of their content when they're streaming, like it's happening right now, because OBS isn't fucking working. So they just do display capture, right? And then they just make sure that whatever they have on their, they just have one display that's like, this is a display that's always showing the stream, and then they never put windows on that display that they don't want showing on stream, right? And then they have like 3 monitors and whatever. But like, anyways, I should just transition to doing display capture streaming at this point, because it's getting really frustrating to have to deal with the fact that it just can't find my browser application for some reason, and then I have to like reset various things or add a new source manually just to get the goddamn browser to show up. but you don't want to show your notepad. I mean, my notepad isn't that big an issue. There's other random stuff on my computer that I wouldn't want to show by accident, that I would be more concerned with. But anyways, okay, it says it has this browser window, which is, that's chat. What about this one? Is that one gonna work? Holy shit, it worked. Okay, we managed to get it. All right. It's a little cropped, but let's see. There we go. Okay. Giada Hakashin. Characters. We go to Ms. Zibaya. So, if we go through her kit, right? She needs ascendant. She basically needs ascendant gleam. I mean, she doesn't need, but like if you don't have the artifact set, you don't have her 4th hit. It matters. You want ascendant gleam. It's not a need technically, but I think you want ascendant gleam more than you actually want hydro. Funnily enough, and she doesn't have to have a hydro teammate for a passive, right? There's nothing there. You get EM for having hydro teammates. It's nice, but it's just an incentivization. So the interesting thing, and to be clear, there's not that much reason to do this because the value gained from removing hydro from Z-Bias teams is not very high. Like, it lets you like flex in Durin as an option, but the problem is there's not really, like, she's a pure def scaler. There's not really that many options for just buffing Z-Bi. But I did a funny calc of like a full mono Geo team with Goro. It was like Goro, Eat Lua, Z-Bi. Wait, I think I did with Shilin and C2. One calc I didn't do was Goro, C6, Yunjin, Eat Lua, Z-Bi would be kind of funny. And I didn't realize in that stream when I was doing the initial comparison, checking things. I checked with Durin, including my C2 Durin. I checked with C2 Shilonen because I also have C2 Shilonen. And then, but yeah, other than that though, like there's not a lot of options that aren't already Hydra units anyways. So it's kind of like there's not that many options for buffing Geo. So it's not that valuable to remove Hydra from the team at a baseline. But if we, where does it show it in? Wait, does Hakushi not show it? Wait, you know what? Just go to Amber. Amber shows it properly. It's also probably more readable for you guys. Characters. Z-Bi. So, basically, when you use her skill, right? She needs 70 phase shift radiant points to do her special skill, and her special skill is this Spirit Steed Stride damage. And the first hit has higher scaling than the second hit, but the first hit is it says right here, the second instance is Lunar Crystallized, right? So this is Lunar Crystallized damage. And that's like a big source of her damage. And then her burst also has the same situation where her second hit, it has higher scaling than the first hit. But because it's also ignoring defense and has a 1.6 scaling, it's functionally much higher. That's why this multiplier is lower than the first hit multiplier, but you will always see bigger damage than the Lunar Crystallized numbers, even if you didn't have buffs that specifically incentivize it. And then the other thing that makes Z-Bi kind of interesting, though, is that you can like use units like Yunjin and make her normal attacks do meaningful damage. Technically in her best teams, her normal attacks do surprisingly decent damage. She does much more like Geo non-lunar crystallized damage than like Flint's does non-lunar electrocharge damage, right? So anyways, you need 70 points, right, to be able to unleash her skill. And if you remove Hydra from the team, what you lose is you lose Lunar Crystallized, which is what you get that trigger that gives you 35 of her points, and you need 70 of her points, and she has a cap of 100, so you can like overflow a little bit, which is good. Just gives her flexibility. And you can generate this every 4 seconds, but it also resets that cooldown every time you use a skill. So functionally what this does is it means it's a lot quicker to do 4 of her skills with Lunar Crystallize. And on a generic baseline level, you want Hydra to be able to get 4 skills because her skill ends, her skill state ends once you do her four skills, right? And it's weird. Why did I get a friend request from Esper when I was already a friend with him? Did they make a new Discord account? Anyways, sorry, I just saw a Discord notification, was distracted. If we map out though, right? So this is like the worst case scenario. So her skill state lasts 15 seconds. You probably don't want to spend 15 seconds on her though, to be clear. So let's say 12 seconds. Her skill state lasts 12 seconds. Or not, it lasts 15 seconds, but let's say you want to be on field for 12 seconds to fit within whatever things. Again, you can potentially spend longer. And you might have reason to spend longer with a C6 Goro. So yeah, you know what, fine. We'll assume 15 seconds like I did originally. So you generate 10 per second at a baseline. 10 of her points per second. So 15 times 10 is 150. So at a baseline, just her passive generation, you need 70 per, right? 70 times 2 is 140. Just her passive 10 per second generation is enough to get 2 of her skills out. But then she also, when she does normal attacks, and this can trigger every 0.5 seconds, and I'm not sure exactly if she gets 5 points on her 2 hits, because she has her 3 hit normal attack right here. I don't know if this, if only one instance or both will actually get the 5 points. I'm gonna guess only one does. But then she also has her 4th hit as long as you have Ascendant Gleam, which is this Lunar Phase additional 4th hit. So she has a 2 hit on her 4th normal attack as well. But that one has I know I've seen, like, some of the animation itself, I'm pretty sure the animation is long enough that you have enough of a delay in this attack that you do get the points from it. So I'm pretty sure of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits in her normal attack combo, you get 25 points per normal attack combo. And I know you can definitely do 4 chains of N5. So that would be like a total of 100 points from normal attacks in theory, plus the 150 at a baseline from passive, which divide that by 70, that's 3.5, or so 3. You can definitely do. You can 100% do without any Hydro 3 out of 4 of Zevi's skills. And like losing that 4 skill is not ideal, to be clear, right? But it's one skill. You're not it's not like Flynn's where if you don't have Hydro, his damage is just right. Right. It's not at all like that, as far as I understand. I haven't had the opportunity to test this, but I don't think there's I double checked, triple checked. I'm like, yeah, there is nothing in her kit technically that needs Hydro other than the 35 points, as far as I can tell. So that means she has actually some interesting versatility. She's still a main DPS that wants to stay on field. But then there's other weird things, like I think it actually might be theoretically doable without Hydro to get 4 skills. Because this might require using Yunjin and probably requires hit lag and probably requires a longer rotation, right? It probably requires the full 15 seconds, right? And it probably requires some combo optimization of canceling some animations on certain points. So it's potentially going to be annoying to play, requires hit lag, which is weird, and might require a little bit of attack speed.
Accelerating.
But I think it might be possible to actually get 4 skills out without having Hydro, which is really funny if it is. And that's what I want to test. So, and then also I just think the nuance of playing her purposely in a team that does much more, like it does a much more even balance. Like from some of the calcs, there was different variations of teams and configurations that had different balances of this, right? But there were variations I checked where most of them in general were like where her best meta team kind of thing is doing like 20% geo damage and 80% lunar crystallized damage. The stuff I was looking at performed surprisingly well for like to be clear, and I was checking stuff with like C2 Shalon, performed quite well considering how bad you would think it would be to like remove Ino or Columbina, remove your Hydro, and or should perform quite well in theory. And the balance of like the team DPS distribution, like for Zibai's DPS distribution was more like 40-60, where 60% lunar crystallized damage, and the rest not. But it was pretty close to 50-50. And I think I think a lunar DPS that's doing more like 50% normal damage versus 50% lunar is a cool balance. I don't know. It makes her unironically a lot more interesting character to me. Not necessarily enough for me to be willing to go to pity, because I still think I'd get bored of her. Like, I can have fun with that with other people's accounts, right? But anyways, isn't lunar crystallized reaction for her around 26k DPS alone? If it is, whatever, it's not that big a deal. Because again, the calcs I had, obviously I wasn't adding lunar crystallized DPS, but if I recall, I had a 90. This is without C2 Durin. I believe it was like it was with Durin, and I calced Zibai at like the worst case with Lua and Goro, if I recall, right? Goro C6. It wasn't Lua C6. I believe I calced that at. I try to remember. I think it was like 68,000. So 68,000 DPS from Zibai personally. Maybe this wasn't the exact team, but I think it was. And then you add like 20k DPS from Durin on top, and bam, you have something pretty good. To be clear, is that gonna clear the Lunar Dog in Stygian? Fuck no. But neither are her other low investment teams, right? Her other low investment teams, I'm pretty sure, don't clear the Lunar Dog in Stygian either, without having like another source of lunar damage. That's just how that dog is balanced. So like, does that matter? I don't think that the distinction between like her varying low investment teams matters. Like, I think it's a funny thing to do, and it's interesting from the context of maybe you will end up fighting Zibai in a context that this is your best team option because you know you need Pyro or whatever. It allows her in theory to be more adaptable. In practice, I don't think it'll matter that much because Hydra is oftentimes one of the elements you want to bring in anyways to adapt to something, and Hydro is also just how you can buff her a little bit naturally when there's not many other forms of buffs available for her. Like, we just don't have that many sources of things that can buff defense or geo damage in general to a level that matters. So like, freeing her from Hydro isn't actually that significant right now, but it could be in the future, right? So the lunar character has more freedom than Varka. She genuinely does. Like, I don't know, like with C6 Goro, with Yunjin becoming Yunjin is a much more interesting buffer option for her. Much more interesting buffer option for her without Hydro. And like her low investment teams, no matter what shenanigans you try, sadly get surprisingly close to competing with what Varka is going to be to a difference that like it may not matter. Like yes, they might be 10-20k DPS different from each other, but at the same time no Hydra Zibai might be able to clear the same content that full premium Varka does without a problem. So it's fine. Varka's our Doogie Duke boy. We like Mr. Duke. So anyways, no more dog style boss. No. I prefer dog style bosses. Look, I think the dog boss is a side effect of just how they balance the characters in general. Ultimately, like, Stygian is designed to try to make you feel like you need to continue pulling characters. I think Stygian is far more designed like that than Theater is. That's for damn sure. I think Theater is an incentivization to continue playing long term in general, but isn't like a direct monetization function, whereas Stygian definitely is. And like, I think Stygian bosses, especially when they introduce new ones, and this one in particular with Columbina, you know, being designed as a synergistic unit with various units, or various Nocry 5 stars, was 100% just designed around, okay, if you have Flins and an Effa, they want to make it like not super easy to clear with just Flins and an Effa. Like definitely can, but not trivial. And then they also added the other boss that made it like, oh, if only I could free my Anefa from my Flins for the Fatui, and then I can use, but then my Flins can't clear. But if I had Bina for Flins, then I can use Anefa for Fatui, use Bina and Flins together and clear. That's what a lot of people I think have had to do, and it's what I've recommended many people do. What dogs are you referring to? The dog in the Abyss, the Stygian lunar boss. I don't remember what's called, the new boss. Like, I actually think it's decent mechanically. It's just balanced poorly. Like it just has too much HP, but it has too much HP because these characters and their combos are too fucking strong. Because if it didn't have this much HP, it wouldn't successfully do what they need it to do, which is make you feel like you need to get that one new character. They want to make you feel like you should get Columbina, Anefa, or Zibai. One some conjunction. They want basically every player challenging that thing and struggling to clear it to feel that. So, but the fact that this is a shield mechanic that, like, the shields shield for particular things. They've done a million different variations of shields that shield things in different ways. But this is a shield mechanic that gives you that lets you get fab triggers. And then they did go out of their way to implement a mechanism for brute forcing the boss. I think they made it way too hard to brute force, to be clear. Way too freaking hard. And that's where they fucked up, especially. But I don't know. It's nowhere near as cringe as it could have been, I think. I actually think it could have been a lot worse, man. I know that's probably a hot take. It's bad because it's hyper punishing to someone who hasn't pulled a bunch of Nodcry 5 stars. Don't get me wrong. But if that's you, then that's fine. Just skip this shitty Stygian for your, because it's going to be shitty for some people's accounts. It's the most like restrictive we've had in many ways, but at the same time, from the level of, I'm glad it exists on a level of it's actually enjoyable to fight with Nodcry teams, right? Like I do really enjoy fighting the thing. It has interesting attack patterns that you have to be aware of for timing your attacks. Optimizing your lunar damage during the shield phase is interesting, but also optimizing your damage during the shield phase and how that lines up with its like 10-ish seconds. Is it more? I don't know exactly. I should know. The low res phase after you break the shield, like ideally you want to like sequence straight in. You don't want to like have to waste a bunch of setup time in its res down phase. You lose damage if you don't do that. Like there's interesting routing with that. And like I don't know. Like it's been a satisfying boss to play with lunar teams. I don't know. They at least succeeded in doing that. Like when I hate shield the most is when it's not even fucking fun to use the shield and shit. Right? Like that dog is the most fun I've had with the boss with optimizing my lunar team's gameplay, quite frankly. I think it's interesting. It's ass with non-lunar teams. I still had fun doing my brute force Arlecchino clear, but I do think it took too much investment to do that. But yeah, when they do something like the Fatui Arlecchino shield, where it's just boring as fuck. Like Arlecchino is such a fun character for different kinds of teams that you can use. And then they designed that boss actively in a way that was like, fuck you for wanting to use Arlecchino team that you like. Unless the Arlecchino team you liked was specifically only Overload or Mono Pyro Arlecchino. And they also designed it in a way that like just wasn't even interesting for those. Like it just like it was like it was the same gameplay as normal basically, but also still annoying because of various factors. But anyways, like I don't think many people enjoyed fighting the Fatui with Arlecchino. It was either trivial and boring because of that, or overly difficult and kind of awful to fight for various other factors to the boss. And it's like, why? Right? So, and Llama Crab, I think, is the same stuff, frankly. Like, cool, yeah, cool. Llama can hold E, and you can do weird shit with Mona, because for some reason Mona's buff worked in a really goofy way. which I don't think they did on purpose. That was an oversight on their part by accident. With somehow they coded the things where Mona worked in a way that it really shouldn't have worked that way. But and the crab is never returning because of that. I almost guarantee you. I'd be surprised if the crab returns this to June. I don't think it showed in the way that they wanted it to show for. But Llama being able to just, yeah, holy bam, crab dealt with was just so goddamn boring. Like, the only thing a little bit fun with Llama was that if you did stupid things, like I did Dia Burgeon clear with Llama at dire difficulty in the crab. It wasn't really Dia. It was more just like bringing in Burgeon and then creating a bunch of mines for yourself and then interesting optimization to make sure I didn't delete myself. Like, it was really dumb, and that was funny, but like, I had to go very out of my way and use a team that like was essentially purposely suicidal and clear anyways for the fun of it, because of the fact that they went anti-Burgeon with it. I don't know. Anyways, I should probably make a video yapping about it, because like the dog is not that bad. Like from a context of the teams that it is fun to fight with it, that it's meant to be good with, is enjoyable to fight, and the teams that can brute force it, I think, are interesting to brute force with. Really frustrating on some level, to be clear, because of like targeting problems in Genshin. But oh gosh, gotta take a drink. But that's the targeting problems are not a problem with. I mean, to be clear, they're sometimes slightly a problem, because I do think they configure this boss slightly to make the auto-targeting system prioritize the main boss rather than the chickens. But I understand why they did that, because if they didn't do that, then it would be really frustrating in another level. It'd be really frustrating for, say, Flynn's teams if Flynn's randomly started prioritizing. Flynn's wouldn't be a problem. Never would be more of a problem. If Never randomly freaking switched to target the chickens rather than the main boss. But the side effect of just defaulting to making it prioritize targeting the main boss rather than the chickens was that you had problems if you were brute forcing. You had to deal with targeting issues like I had to deal with Arlecchino kind of thing. And like, but I don't think that's really the boss. I think it's more just the fact that Genshin for some reason does not give us any function to control the targeting. But I don't know. Anyways, I actually think it's a kind of interesting boss. It's just because of the fact that they're trying to design it around lunar teams, and that was obviously their goal, because it's Stygian, that's what they're doing. Because of the fact that it was designed around lunar teams, they designed it in a way that made it very ass for all other teams. That's the only problem it has. And then brute forcing it is overly hard because, again, of how good the lunar teams are at a baseline, but also then this boss is made to incentivize lunar teams, and they're good at a baseline, so it's just a double whammy. I don't know. I think there are worse realities that could have easily happened for how they could have shielded lunar. That's my overall vibe. I'll use right in here. I haven't actually tried this. I should be able to brute force this. I'm pretty sure. Eon Ride, we'll Eon you, Eon Raiden, Chevreuse, and then I should be, I E Raiden, then Arlecchino, then Chevreuse to make sure I have Pyro. I think I can do this. I brute forced the Fearless one with a much worse Arlecchino team. I feel like with Arlecchino's best team on this account, I should be able to brute force. But I could be very wrong. I have not tried. Baseline, I want to see how this goes. Okay. Okay, probably can't easily kill these, but... I mean, I can kill them. Interesting. Think I can group them together enough? Okay. What is Arla's build? She is C6 with an essentially perfect build.
Illusion. Stop right there. Control breathing. Let's.
Damn it. Okay, what if I just smack the shield itself? Oh, I might be able to ignore. Also, I can push one of the. I can try to get one of them nearby here at the same time. to functionally reduce it by 25%. We do this. C4 Raiden, go burr. I think we can do it. It's gonna be awful, but okay, I was gonna do factory, but like, okay, actually, real question: do I even need to clear the shield? That's the real question. Oops, I didn't have. Okay, well, it helps if I had better bond of life. Okay. I'm like 98% sure it's doable.
There is no laid bare. Stop right there.
Also, wait. If we're gonna do this, let's make life a little easier on myself. And give you Scofia's weapon. And then, I mean, yeah, just give you a Scofia's weapon. That's just good enough. Scroll on you. We'll keep Fab on you. Wait, you have lower attack than you normally have. There we go. There we go. That should be fine. Although, your ER is like gone, I feel like. I really need to actually improve your build a little bit, I feel like. Oh well. That should be fine. Ugh. What is wrong with my voice today? Okay, I need to stop streaming apparently. Your build is correct, right? Yeah, I think it's fine. Although we could go more RNG a little bit. I could reconfigure things. And you, I'm sorry to do this to you, Raiden. But if we're gonna do this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Raiden. I'm sorry. I level 100 her. It hurts me too. Where is it? Where's her best artifact set? There it is. We do want to burst on Raiden, so ER does kind of matter. And then getting some damage on her is not bad. Actually, wait. You know, I should just keep the ER piece. It's the offset. And there we go. Good enough. Tenacity build, 62 crit rate, 284 ER, 151 crit damage. She'll still hit some damage. And now she buffs. On top of C4. So, yep.
Shine down. Transfix. Quick as a flash.
Good, got that damage. Okay. So we push one of the dogs. Okay, it's a little bit annoying to do this. I don't know. How worth it is it to do that? Okay, well this is terrible positioning.
Everlasting as the moon.
Was a new IT treating you? I gave up on polearms only. But I'm gonna return to polearms only once Lua releases. Because I think it'll be a little bit more fun to at least play him there. It's like the one chance Lua has to do anything else in the account. But no, I got distracted because it started yapping about things on his account.
Shine down. Now you shall perish. Final warning. On my
I'm sure we said it earlier, I think.
overruled.
Yes, this is Arlecchino C6 on polearms only.
No escape. Transfix.
How do I efficiently get the butthole? Get over here. There we go. Okay, that's somewhat good.
Laid bare. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion. Hands where I can see them. Quick as a flash.
Please, why? Why? God damn it! I wasn't even paying attention to the shield that much. It's so hard to push them around. Maybe I just don't.
Shine down.
Ride and need high ER. I mean, we're doing a burst on her. She does damage.
Laid bare. Justice will prevail. There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
I didn't get. My bad.
Overruled. Illusion shattered. Transfixed. Final warning. Quick as a flash. Let's.
Hello?
Overruled. Now you shall perish. Hands where I can see them. Faster, stronger. Start the.
Can I control the ride and burst positioning? Because like, or not the ride, the shivers burst position a little bit better. I wonder. I don't know.
Everlasting as the moon. Laid
Alright, this is
bare.
ridiculous. By the way, the fact that like we are getting, what is this thing's HP? Does anyone remember? It's like 24 million. 24 million times 0.48 times 0.75. We were doing like 8.6 million damage. Because we got to 75% of shield without much problem. So we're doing like 8.6 million damage in a relatively short amount of time. This team is stupid. I actually haven't checked how strong this team is. Since I have riding equip, remind me I should go to the damage dummy.
There is no overrule. Quick as a flash.
Excuse me? Yeon-san? Hello?
Shine down. Transfixed. Drop your weapons. Form first. On my. There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal. Stop right there. Control breathing. Let's. This is where you fall.
I think we need to kill a chicken. And killing the chicken while also doing damage to the shield is very hard. I wonder. Yeah, let's try attacking the chicken a little bit. Poem's only clear on main. Oh, it won't go well.
Overruled. Stronger. On my.
How do they move a little bit? Okay, so like, you can start attacking two of these at once without any faffing about with grouping. But they spawn so far away.
Final warning. Laid bare.
Okay.
Illusion shut. Overruled. Stop right there. Quick as a flash.
God damn it. Bruh. Okay, wait, we're gonna absorb our Lucky right away.
There is no. Laid bare. Final warning. Start the. overruled. Shine down. Now you shall perish. Hands where I can see them. Form first. On
Oh god, that took so long.
Transfixed.
No!
Everlasting as the moon.
I was hoping that'd deal damage.
There is
Didn't.
no escape.
Alright.
Torn to oblivion.
I guess we should check if it's even necessary.
Controlled breathing. Let's. Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal. Final warning. Quick as a flash. On one.
Yeah, it's probably necessary. Oh. Yeah, the investment is way too different on the poem characters. Pull who you want and be happy. Yeah, exactly. And pull who you want and be happy. If there's a particular form of content that doesn't work for your account, just whatever. Let it be what it will be. If you want to progress your account because you enjoy Stygian and you think it's fun to do that, then yeah, you can pull for Stygian too. That's fine as well. Whatever is fun for you. I do enjoy trying to like continue progressing my account and balance around endgame. For Genshin. Otherwise, I wouldn't engage with it at all, right? But should we just go relax in a factory? Relax in a factory. I kind of want to do this though. How do you do with the crab? I mean, I already cleared Fearless difficulty. We're not trying to clear it all. But I'm trying to like. This is me having fun with the content existing without needing to give a shit about clearing every single boss. You can actually have fun playing the combat of the game without getting the rewards. Right? Like, and this is what I think dire difficulty is actually better for, is because you're much, much, much more likely to have one team that is really, really good, than you are to have 3 teams that are, well, okay. What is the way to say it? You are much more likely to have one team that is really, really, really good than you are to have 3 teams that are really, really good. 2 reallys instead of 3 reallys, right? That's 6 reallys versus 3 reallys. And also just in general, I think normal player behavior tends to be like, a lot of players just tend to end up having a favorite character they end up investing a lot more into than other characters for particular teams. And that makes it likely that, you could have a team that could deal with dire difficulty on one boss, right? Like Zajef doesn't clear dire difficulty in his full account, but he still has had fun fighting particular bosses with particular teams for the characters he likes playing, his teams, right? He has an account that is capable of clearing dire, just not fully, right? And honestly, I think that's what dire is best for existing for, is not clearing fully. I think it's much more boring to try to have to clear dire fully. And it's more interesting when you like have a team you like and have one that's invested enough where you're like, okay, this can clear, but oh my gosh, it's actually like hard to do, and it's kind of fun if it's the kind of thing you like. I don't know why he played for 14 hours of Mulan though. I just don't understand, quite frankly. That I don't understand. I don't want to speak for Zajev there. I like me some doing a hard challenge sometimes, but 14 hours of Mulani, particularly with how much he has outright said he does not like Mulani, confuses me. Can you trigger Fav, lady? Did I remove your R5 Fav or something? Factory story. No, the story of Enfield is kind of poo-poo. Oh, I forgot to activate C3 Shanghai. Well, there you go. Anyways, it's on R5. No, I'm just R5 with 40% crit rate. I'm just getting trolled. Okay. He said it was the prospect of his account that made him able to do it. Yeah, I mean exactly, but yeah. Why? Why? What levels of glazing is it? Oh no, it kind of is, yeah. No, it kind of is. Administrator, you're amazing. You've done amazing things in the past. Oh, what things? Oh, you made Magic Land possible. Like, okay. What specifically did I do, though? Oh, just trust us. You are amazing.
Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
It almost feels like they're trying to like trick the administrator. Honestly, they're glazing them so heavily. It's like, what is happening here? Yeah, that was terrible. That was terrible. Every girl we meet just seems to be in love with them. I don't get that vibe, but I'm also playing as the female administrator, so I guess maybe, yeah. I think that's you feeling that more than it actually exists per se. I think like because I don't know, like if we're trying to actually take the story of Enfield for what it's saying, in that the administrator is this significant like historical figure that has done important things in the world, you can understand why a bunch of people would be like, oh shit, it's the guy, it's the person, it's the one. We don't know what the fuck they did, and that's the problem. Like, it's really hard to take that seriously. I don't think it's they're in love with them. I think it's like they're like, oh shit, it's the guy. Yeah, it's the celebrity worship. So anyways, you're implanting a dangerous material into the planet. We're making fossil fuels all over the planet with our factory, so it's great. Yay. I got the impression Edmund was a bad guy. Yeah, I kind of feel like that too, potentially. I don't know. There's interesting things that could be done with the story. I do not think it's very good. I don't think it's very well written. Like, one thing in particular, I'm not going to spoil it for anyone to try. I don't know, I kind of want to spoil it, but I finished the first, like, main story section yesterday, right? And, you know, I just realized I shouldn't be doing those extra normal attacks. I should be saving all the damage for the Lunar Shield. I wonder, okay, I do have to do this to start. That's fine. Okay. The first main story section ended. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it like there's a particular character that exists that ended in a way that's like, wait, this was something like I was like, wait a minute, were they writing this in a way where I was supposed to care about this character? Like that was the impression I got, right? Oh my god, we're so freaking like actually. God, I kind of want to see if Limbo could do this. I feel like Limbo is a better enough player than me. So, anyways, there was a particular. Actually, I'll say what the character is without saying what specifically happened. The character is a robot, and it's a robot that doesn't speak, but it like is heavily implied to have an AI of like, oh, this is an AI that it managed to like become self-intelligent without like the creators of the characters that made the robot in story didn't intend for it to be like an intelligent robot, but clearly it is. And the reason it clearly is because it communicates with like emoticon faces, and then there's like random passing lines from different characters of like, why is it so intelligent? It's clearly intelligent because it shows emoticon faces much past the level of what the creator clearly intended. Thanks for spoiling. I didn't spoil anything. I didn't spoil anything. I said there is a robot character. I said there is a robot character, and I think their intent was that we were actually supposed to get attached to this character. That's all I said. It's implied now? I'm sorry. But I don't know. I am sorry for the few people that think the story is good enough, but ultimately, I think if anything, me saying this might maybe increase the chance that you pay attention to certain things in the story that maybe there's certain things I didn't pay attention to that I missed that would have actually made it better. So, like, but I don't know. It's either like, in my head, it's either like not good enough to matter to the vast majority of players for this storyline at least, or maybe the details I give you there, why did I do that? Maybe the details I give you there will be enough to make you pay more attention that you would get appreciation for it when you otherwise wouldn't have. Sometimes spoilers can do that. They can force you to be aware of something you weren't aware you maybe should pay attention to. I don't think it would have changed anything for me, but I could be wrong. I gotta figure out, I don't know if there's a point at which it makes sense to use Arlecchino burst. That burst probably wasn't necessary. Like, let's try here. No, that was okay, actually that was better. What is it about? What's the overall summary of the beginning plot structure? I don't know. You're on a planet that is trying to be, or a planet that's technically a moon, whatever, same difference. People are living on a planet. There's magic rocks that people are using for energy, and people get magic powers from those magic rocks, and also those magic rocks cause cancer. And there's other cancer magic powers that exist, and then you, the main character, woke up from like a comatose state that you were like in a coma for 10 years, and you woke up without memories, because of course, why would you have memories? Because we gotta leave everything vague in the story, and it's definitely not just they have memories because they haven't written out the story yet, and they're giving the Endman no memories because they have no fucking clue what the memories actually are, and they're just making up bullshit as they go. That's definitely not what the story's gonna be, guys. No, they clearly have things well planned out. And yeah, the magic rocks were implanted in the planet by the MC. Yes, that is implied. Yeah, so like the main character is implied to be a very important person. For some reason, they have full control over the spaceship, and they didn't give a control of the spaceship over anyone else. It's just been sitting in orbit for 10 years with people doing nothing. It's a gotcha, of course. The MC's memory loss, exactly. So playing as a colonizer, I mean, yeah, pretty much. Look, it's a factory sim, okay? Some layers of the story I think are implied as justification for the the gameplay. It's fine. It's no different than Satisfactory. When you start thinking about Satisfactory and what you're doing on a planet there, you're just like, oh, that's kind of fucked up. But anyways, like, I don't know. The main character is implied to be a very important person with magic powers. And then, like, the whole first bit of the story is clearly just set up for a villain, for overarching story, and that stuff I'm sure they have somewhat planned out, but I don't actually have confidence they have a clear plan in mind for what the administrator even did originally. I think they're purposely leaving it vague because they don't know what they want it to be. They don't want to be specific because they don't want to commit to a particular storyline bit. Like, that's, I think, why they have no memories and whatever, but I don't know. Anyways. Like, Traveler is a better written actual character in Genshin at this point than Administrators. That's for damn sure. But anyways, it's whatever. So, the story has been something I've only done because you have to do a lot of storyline, and you can get through stuff pretty quickly if you want to. I have, like, done what I do where, like, I don't skip much. Like, I was listening to the dialogue a little bit and then reading the lines. Like, speed reading the lines and listening to dialogue a little bit, but not like fully listening, fully 100% paying attention. So, like, I know what happened in the story. It just, there's like not really a single point where it grabbed my attention enough to care. And part of the reason I only even, honestly, this would have been a game I probably would have pretty aggressively actually skipped through the story. But I was giving it a shot because of the fact that my friend likes the original Arknights, and he is enjoying the current Arknights, and he likes the lore of the Arknights world. It's like a lore enjoyer for Genshin. It's like if a Genshin 1.0 player, you know, not in the current state of Genshin, if like a Genshin 1.0 player was like, oh, there's all these cool lore notes, and I'm just like, okay, but that's not part of the main story, right? Like, there is cool, interesting lore world building notes, but it's not part of the actual story experience, right? The main story experience that you go through, and he acknowledges that too. He does not think the main story of Arknights Enfield is good so far. So but I was more willing, because of the interesting lore notes and things that he has said, and the fact that he enjoys the Arknight's world and whatever. I've been trying to pay attention to specific things and look for those specific things, because of things he has called out to me that are interesting and whatever. And I want to, you know, give it its best shot I can because my friend likes it and whatever. But so far, the main story, writing quality-wise, is not very good, and you can relatively safely skip most of that dialogue and speed through the main story if you wanted to unlock progression of things, because you need to unlock main story to progress through new areas, to be able to do new things with your factory and level up characters and blah 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 blah. So, anyways, it's probably my biggest frustration with Enfield, is that to do the gameplay I actually wanted to do requires doing some stuff I don't actually care that much about. But like it's one of those things, like, again, layers of things in the game that are layers of things. It's like it feels like it's doing things in a way that's trying to make me not like a lot of aspects to it. But despite that, I'm still enjoying it, right? Despite Enfield's many, many flaws, I am still enjoying the game. But I think you have to like factory builders, and I haven't really touched that meaningfully into the factory building component that much. God, I feel like there has to be a way to do this, and I just have a skill issue. At least characters talk with each other, yeah. There's some random things, by the way, these are just like coincidental things, like, So characters have random voice lines that happen in combat, and they also like interact with you or interact with things and objects in Overworld, which is a really nice touch. It feels really good, like just seeing your characters do random BS. And yeah, the characters talking to each other is pretty good. But like as far as the idle lines go, the funniest thing I've had happen. So I got Gilberta on the limited banner, which is lucky. And she has a line. She has a line that happens after something interesting in Overworld. But I also got Progranic Nick, who is he's a big tall sword boy that seems to be like a war battalion general. I haven't met him in the main story yet. I think he's like a war general type dude, and he's like, you know, there's no mercy in war or something. He has some line like that randomly will go off when going around Overworld fighting random trash mobs. Pregnant Nick, yeah, Progranic Nick. And he's like, there's no mercy in war. Like you know, a war general type thing. Like you gotta kill your enemies. You gotta kill your enemies. Type like characterization, which is funny. And that's, or not funny. That's fine. What was funny is Gilberta has a line that, because like characters like respond to each other, and it seems like they're having conversations sometimes like this, where she has a line. She's like, "That's just what I wanted to hear." Like what? So it's just, like she's just this like joy, like her, as far as I'm aware, like based on her little bit I've seen from her, she's just like a messenger lady. Like she's Kirara in Enfield. Like it's like your postal office worker. Someone randomly is like, war. We must kill our enemies, and then the post office worker is like, "That's my guy. I agree." What? So it has really funny lines that like that I think are intentional in the level of, they didn't plan that per se, but they have these lines that are meant to seem like their conversations with each other happen. They don't necessarily make sense, but it makes the characters come off as really funny, in a way that's enjoyable. Wait for Gilberta's story quest. Well, okay, if it was intentional and that Gilberta actually was agreeing with Progranic that war, we must not spare our enemies. We must have no mercy. And she says it in the most joyful tone. Like, yes, I agree with you. We must not spare our enemies. God, anyway, thoughts on my Nefa? Sure. So anyways, there's really good things about Enfield that have been keeping me engaged. I still have no idea how long it'll keep me playing, because like it really does feel like there's a finite amount of enjoyment to be gotten from the game, and that's a kind of a good thing in my opinion. But it also means I don't know how much staying power it has in general for like succeeding as a game for the developer, which is a little weird. But anyways, Inefa, a new set, let's go. Triple attack percent, sig weapon, nice. 0 ER, a little sad, but you don't technically have to burst every rotation, so I get it. That's a pretty dang good flower. That's the piece I want for my Columbina, and it's pretty dang good feather. Pretty good timepiece. So you only have 2 crit rolls, but your other rolls are EM, which is good, and that's a cracked goblet, and that's a really good circlet. So other than no ERs, it's a very good build. I assume in Akasha, as far as the 0 ER category goes, this is probably like a top point. Well, it's 80% crit rate. Maybe that affects things. I'll say top 0.8%. I was about to say 0.3 before. I should have gone with my initial gut, bruh. I should have said top 0.3. You heard me saying no, right? You heard. I did stop myself from saying 3. L on my part, but I thought the crit rate would bias lower, but I guess it makes sense considering Inefa's a little bit hard with her sig weapon to get maximum crit rate on this set, so it makes sense. But I should have stuck with my gut. Anyways, good build, very good build. How much ER would you recommend? I mean, it depends. I don't know what if you're using Inefa in a Flynn's team, her burst doesn't matter enough to probably be the end all be all. Like, I still think Inefa is more enjoyable to burst, but the thing with Inefa's burst in a Flynn's team is I do believe it slightly extends the rotation time for the rotations that you do burst on her, and like it is worth it to use when you have it available, but because of the rotation time extension, it is not necessarily worth over prioritizing for in the factor of like sacrificing a bunch of crit stats for, right? So that's the overall vibe. But anyways, it's a very good Inefa build. I don't think you really have to stress changing that much on it. Is kind of my point. I mean, I'm actively using an Inefa on a team in my main account where I use her with Raiden, refunding energy to her, and I don't want any energy recharge on her. Her energy recharge varies from you can burst every rotation in some team context with 0 energy to burst every rotation in like my Dia team, which is ideal. It's very ideal. It requires like at least 50 ER, but usually you don't really need more than 50 ER. So this is why like a Skyward Spine build with a little bit of ER substats is kind of great, and it's why I really like Skyward Spine. Can generally speaking burst every rotation as long as you have some amount of like energy funneling, and that's in like a solo electro. If without any like fab particles or funneling particles to Inefa, Inefa's ER needs to actually start going higher than that. Like they can go up to 180 if I wanted to burst every rotation. I have built that much ER for Dia in some configurations before, so it just depends. They vary from like a little bit to a lot to none at all. And some teams, like Flynn's teams, have value from bursting, but you don't necessarily need to burst every rotation, and therefore you can just burst every other rotation, and it's fine. Anyways.
Shine down.
Also, as far as like gacha systems go, I'm confused about Enfield's. Like, it's not art. I mean, the gearing system both for weapon essences. I'm not like weapons can only have certain essences equipped, and there's not a very good like. It's crazy to me. Maybe I skipped this tutorial by accident. There's 5 quadrillion tutorials that just give you information that is not useful in the game. It's so bad. Unless I'm dumb and I skip past it, I didn't see the information that tells me what fucking essence. Like, how can I visually tell what essences apply to what weapons? What? I don't know. Anyways. Is there no one watching YouTube anymore? Why is YouTube just, yeah, that's one person. I don't know. Anyways. I feel like YouTube streams are ideal to like end at like 3 hours. If I go anywhere past 3 hours, YouTube really hates recommending streams to people, and that it just turns into, I don't know, it's weird. Anyways, what am I? Well, okay, I'm clearly not in the mood to do this. My brain is not working well enough to do this. I'm here too. I know you guys are here. There's a lot of lurkers. I understand, but I'm glad you're all here. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. It's just funny when 3 hours into the stream it just turns into one person for the last 30 minutes. I haven't been able to figure out how the currency works. Yeah, which currency, honestly? Like, I don't know. There's lots of like convoluted systems in Enfield that feel overly convoluted, and is things that like I question why they aren't even part of the factory system. Funnily enough, I question why it's annoying. Anyways, there's questionable decisions on a number of levels, but it's still an enjoyable exploration and factory game for free. And it gives you a little bit of gambling dopamine if you want that, I suppose. But and the combat is interesting, but not incredible in my opinion. They did good in that it feels like a unique combat system, but but at the same time it doesn't feel like that innovative or anything, right? That's what the combat system feels like. It's not innovative, but still at least it is its own combat system. That's the main thing I can give it. YouTube hates streamers in general, yeah. So anyways, YouTube, if you want to go watch Enfield, Twitch link is in the description. I'm not gonna switch to Enfield on YouTube because then the small number of people that will click on the video with like the thumbnail will be like, well, this is not Genshin. Usually it's not that big a deal if I'm at least playing Genshin, but I don't want to deal with people that are like, they're like, oh, why are you playing Enfield? You're sponsored by Enfield. It's supposed to be a Genshin stream. So, anyways, if you want to watch me play Enfield, it's probably only gonna be for an hour though, hour-ish, because I got D&D tonight. And I think my plan is to just I'm gonna set up purple battery production. So, if you want to see some of the actual factory system, I'm actually gonna do real factory production. I wanna figure that out. I've got it mapped out in my head, but not mapped out in the factory. So. Combat seems simple and boring. I think it's more complicated than it lets on at a baseline, right? Like Genshin's combat seems superficially simple at a baseline too. It has decent nuance to it, I think, actually, for timing of using certain abilities. I've already realized this myself. I'm confused about certain things. Like, I don't know. Let's go and log into Enfield. Stop yapping, bruh. Enfield. Bloop Windows. So the main team I am playing right now is Perlica, Aviwena, Gilberta, why am I blanking the last teammate? Why? Brain, what is wrong with you? Arclight. And I like this team. It synergizes as well. It feels good to play. I have found that it's much better for me to on-field Perlica. And like, the only thing from what I understand of the current combat system that I gain from on-field... Oh, I need to end the YouTube stream, I forgot. Whoops, bye YouTube. Yeah, you can join my Twitch chat. Or Twitch stream if you want to see me play some Enfield. Also got to change the Twitch category. Bye. Thanks for joining. Yeah, Enfield is not the best. It's got a lot of flaws. It's an interesting game, though. As long as you think a gacha game is not going to cause a problem for you, I think it's worth trying, if you have the time. But it takes time. It's a video game. He hates knee. Yeah, I do hate knees. They're terrible. Death to all knees.